Chapter 4:03. The source of Wang Mang's confidence was, of course, because he was about to break through to the Earth immortal level. After all, an Earth immortal level expert was on a completely different level from a pseudo-Earth immortal. For example, even if he had just broken through to the Earth immortal level, Wang Mang couldn't beat him. This was a difference in level and had nothing to do with cultivation. Even if Wang Mang could fight across hundreds of years of cultivation. However, the leapfrogging battle here referred to the leapfrogging that did not involve leapfrogging. But there was a huge difference between a pseudo-Earth immortal and an Earth immortal. Last time, that half-immortal level immortal ginseng had just become an Earth immortal. However, just the aura it emitted gave Wang Mang a great sense of threat. This was the difference between an Earth immortal. It was not something that a stinky sweet potato like Xiang Yu could compare to, although Xiang Yu had also passed the lightning tribulation. However, Xiang Yu had almost died. Moreover, his vitality had been greatly damaged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the hands of Wang Mang. Therefore, Wang Mang was very confident. Once he crossed over to the Earth immortal level, his combat strength would greatly increase. Those new Earth immortal experts would definitely not be his match. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits and fantasizing about the scene of him beating up the Earth immortal experts, the zombie girl couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What should we do now?" "You can't beat it." After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang looked at her gloomily and said angrily, "I've already said it. This is only temporary." The zombie girl quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. It's only temporary." Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and then said to the zombie girl, "No matter what, thank you for this time. Also, I still have some things to do. If you encounter a new devil fetus in the future, remember to tell me immediately." The zombie girl nodded slightly in response to Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang left in satisfaction. The reason why he was in such a hurry to leave, of course, he was in a hurry to increase his strength. Moreover, this time, he was looked down upon by an egg. Wang Mang's heart was indeed hurt. For so long, other than a few land immortals, he basically didn't put anyone in his eyes. In the end, he was looked down upon by an unborn egg. To Wang Mang, this was a great humiliation. Even if the other party's egg hadn't been born yet, his strength was already at the level of an Earth immortal. But in the end, he was still an egg. To Wang Mang, this did not hurt him much, but it was extremely insulting. Half an hour later, Wang Mang came to a forest and found a huge hidden cave. After entering the cave, Wang Mang impatiently chanted in his heart, "System, evolve happily." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 100 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. Warm reminder to the host, this evolution may take a long time. Warm reminder to the host, there are some changes to the data after this evolution. Then, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness during the evolution. Moreover, the time of this evolution greatly exceeded Wang Mang's expectations. Wang Mang was still in the process of evolving. On the other side of the underworld, the commotion was not small. At this moment, the experts of the netherworld were also facing a problem. That was, terrifying experts had also appeared in the territory of the Dragon Nation. These experts were the half-immortal level heavenly treasures hidden in the territory of the Dragon Nation. These heavenly treasures had undergone tribulation one after another and finally succeeded in turning the tables. From the heavenly treasures of the past, they had evolved into terrifying land immortal experts. Not only that, these heavenly treasures did not belong to the experts of the netherworld. Strictly speaking, these heavenly treasures belonged to the demon race. Therefore, the demon race had completely risen. In terms of the number of land immortals, just after the disaster of heaven and earth, it had surpassed the netherworld. Moreover, it wasn't just the half-immortal level heavenly treasures that had become land immortals. Also, the Sea Clan experts themselves had a very strong foundation. After the disaster of heaven and earth, after the restrictions disappeared, they also rose to power. It could be said that after the disaster of heaven and earth, the netherworld, which was originally the strongest force, was immediately overtaken by the demon race. Other than the rise of the demon race, there was also the rise of the devil fetus, because in the Dragon Nation and the Starstripe Nation, there was a super terrifying expert each. In this devil fetus, the expert born in the Dragon Nation was a peak existence even among the land immortals. However, because there were too many land immortals in the Dragon Nation, the Netherworld, the Demon Race, and even the Sea Clan, therefore, compared to the many forces in the Dragon Nation, the Starstripe Nation, and the Sirav Nation were much more miserable. After all, the Sirav Nation and the Starstripe Nation were not so tyrannical. Among the countries in the Western world, the zombies were the well-deserved overlord force. Other than that, there was the completely invincible devil fetus race, and the strongest force, the Sea Clan. Because the Sea Clan's base camp was in the ocean, the situation of the forces was not as complicated as that of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, the Starstripe Nation in the Western world was really miserable. Their forces were chaotic, they had their own camps, and they had no organization. However, there was another country that was very lucky. That was the tiny country. This was because of these guys from the tiny country. They really found the legendary Orochi. However, this Orochi was not the legendary Orochi, but an existence with the bloodline of the Orochi. This Sea Clan snake monster with the bloodline of the Orochi was also an expert of the land immortal. In the end, under the fawning of the tiny country, the Orochi reluctantly agreed to become the divine beast of the tiny country. In addition, the tiny country had few people and didn't have a large territory. The situation they faced was much better than that of the Western countries. Half a month later, in a desolate cave, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his evolution. After Su woke up, Wang Mang immediately felt it. His body seemed to have become much stronger. In addition, the true qi in his body seemed to have transformed into an inexplicable qi. This kind of qi was among the spiritual qi, or true qi. It was as if heaven and earth reigned supreme. It was incomparably pure and huge. Wang Mang even guessed that this might be the legendary immortal qi. That was because the immortal qi in his body was much purer than true qi. This also made Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of an land immortal? Feeling the vast and mighty immortal qi in his body, Wang Mang was very fascinated by this incomparably powerful power. He didn't even need to guess. His current strength was definitely dozens of times stronger than before. Chapter 404. The strength of this power was not only reflected in the immortal qi in his body, it was even reflected in all aspects. And even in the aspect of divine abilities, he seemed to have improved by quite a bit. Of course, the biggest change was the change in his body. This did not mean that Wang Mang's body had increased by much. On the contrary, his body size had increased at a normal rate. However, Wang Mang's body now had a trace of divinity. For example, Wang Mang threw out a drop of blood. Perhaps in the distant future, this drop of blood would be able to give birth to a new living being. This was the so-called divinity, washing away all the filth of the mortal world as if he had been reborn. Even if it was a piece of flesh or a drop of blood, it would have divinity that the mortal world could not have. Not only that, after raising his cultivation to earth immortal, Wang Mang could feel that he was more compatible with the spirit tablet of the Five Mountain God. This was because in the past, although Wang Mang had the spirit tablet of the Five Mountain God, it was not compatible. This was because in the past, Wang Mang's body was filled with true qi. However, the spirit tablet was still a spirit tablet. This kind of true qi could not be perfectly compatible with the spirit tablet. Only immortal qi and divine qi could perfectly match the power of the spirit tablet. In addition, after advancing to Earth Immortal, Wang Mang finally knew the power of Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals could change their size at will. There were no restrictions. This was only the basic ability of Earth Immortals. In addition, after Earth Immortals were injured, the speed at which their immortal qi recovered was even more exaggerated than Wang Mang's previous super self-healing skill. This was the basic divinity of Earth Immortals. And after breaking through to Earth Immortal, unknowingly, Wang Mang was no longer bound by the shackles of life. The shackles of life were actually lifespan. Life was a problem that all living beings had to face, even Earth Immortals. It did not mean that a rank 2 creature could have an unlimited lifespan. The lifespan of a rank 2 creature was indeed very long, but there was also a limit. This was the shackles of life. However, after breaking through to rank 3, this feeling disappeared. Wang Mang guessed that it was very likely that his lifespan had increased tremendously after he stepped into the stage 3 realm. Wang Mang, who was extremely pleased with himself, suddenly remembered that he could check his personal information. Moreover, when he was evolving, he seemed to have vaguely heard something. After this evolution, his personal information had changed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang muttered in his heart, "System, open your personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Identity, Five Mountain God. Type, 8-winged, 3-headed python. Cultivation, 9,000 years, land immortal. Body shape, 272 meters long, 15 meters wide, 20 million kilograms weight, 20 million kilograms bite force, 200 kilometers per hour. Divine ability, King's Slavery, Soul-Controlling Seal, Broken Body Rebirth, Destructive Laser Beam, Destructive Sea of Flames, Everlasting Frost, Heaven Flight, Earth Burrowing, Wishful Bone Spur, Thunder Spell, One Step in the World, Myriad of Changes. Space, Probing Information, Celestial Plate X1, Random Expert Summoning Card X1, Free Chance to Upgrade Divine Ability X1, Divine Ability Lottery Chance X1, One-Time Designated Prize Card X1, Mesmerizing Incense X1. Luck, 299, Flood of Fortune. Evolution Points, 20 billion/120 billion. Current ranking, World's Strongest Expert rank 21. Changes may occur at any time. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang was immediately speechless. He noticed that there were changes, but they were not big. Only the shop had disappeared. Just when Wang Mang wanted to ask, the system's voice sounded frowny-face because the host has not used it for a long time. The shop has entered a hidden state. When the host needs to use it, it can be opened at any time. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang suddenly understood. However, he did not use the shop's status very often. The main reason was that the good things he wanted were very expensive, and it was very difficult to get them. Other than that, Wang Mang did not notice that his strength had changed much. Of course, his body had become a lot stronger, but it was still on top of the original foundation. There was no substantial increase in strength, but the improvement of his body. Obviously, the data could not represent the strength of Wang Mang's strength. If he really wanted to directly see the changes in Wang Mang's strength, he still needed to fight. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits. He only wanted to get rid of the devil fetus now. After all, the devil fetus was an existence on the level of an immortal. If he ate it, how many evolution points would he get? It would be worth at least 100 billion evolution points, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. Then Wang Mang quickly moved his huge body and drilled out of the cave. In the next moment, Wang Mang, who had drilled out of the cave, had 8 wings on his back and soared into the sky. But to Wang Mang's surprise, his speed had actually increased by a large amount. Damn, my current speed is definitely much faster than before. If I use my speed divine ability now, my speed will definitely reach 80,000 kilometers per hour. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited, because this meant that after his strength had increased to the level of an immortal, his speed had once again surpassed these immortals. At that time, he could still leave if he could not win. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood was very good. Only 10 minutes later, Wang Mang had already arrived at the former construction site. Wang Mang, who had descended from the sky, could feel the strength of the devil fetus this time. Perhaps it was a little stronger than him, but the other party was only a devil fetus that had not been born. Therefore, after his strength reached the level of an immortal, the threat that the devil fetus gave him was very weak. This was equivalent to giving Wang Mang a signal. That was, he could make a move. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but sneer. At the same time, the black, 20-meter-tall devil fetus was also very surprised when it saw Wang Mang again. However, the devil fetus was more shocked than anything else, because half a month ago, Wang Mang's strength was only close to that of an immortal, but in just half a month, he had successfully transcended the tribulation and become an immortal. At the same time, he could also feel that Wang Mang gave him a huge sense of threat. This sense of threat was completely absent half a month ago. For a moment, after pondering for a moment, the devil fetus soared into the sky and was ready to leave. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang could not help but sneer in his heart. Damn it! Back then, when he was weak, this devil fetus was very powerful. Back then, it was so domineering that it directly told him to get lost. Now that he was an immortal, this devil fetus was afraid. Chapter 405. What a pity! Even if the devil fetus was afraid, it was too late now. How many people who dared to offend Wang Mang would have a good ending? Either they died at his hands, either that, or they were lucky enough to survive. But with Wang Mang's vengeful personality, he would not let them off easily. The devil fetus in front of him was one, and so was the old local god. Thinking of this, Wang Mang flapped his 8 wings, and with a terrifying speed, he instantly rushed out like a gust of wind. In just a breath, Wang Mang was in the air, blocking in front of the devil fetus. The devil fetus, floating in the air, said in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Hearing this, Wang Mang said in a cold voice, "What do I want? I want to eat you. Didn't you tell me to get lost back then? Now you're not as tough as you were back then." The devil fetus was enraged by Wang Mang's blatant words. Back then, it heard that Wang Mang wanted to eat it, so it told him to get lost. But what the black devil fetus did not expect was that Wang Mang really counterattacked. Moreover, the speed of the counterattack was actually so fast. Faced with Wang Mang's humiliation, the black devil fetus was silent for a moment, then replied again, "I'll give you a piece of information, and we'll call it even. How about that?" Wang Mang's snake eyes rolled for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, as long as the information you provide is valuable." After a long silence, the black devil fetus said, "The cataclysm on Earth came from our great thousand devils world. The great thousand devils world is a very powerful force in the universe. You should know that the universe's powerhouses are divided into 9 stages. But in fact, whether a stage 6 powerhouse exists is unknown, because even the strongest powerhouse in our great devil world is only a stage 5 existence. Whether the so-called stage 6, 7, 8, and 9 exist, even stage 5 powerhouses do not know. In this universe, our great thousand devils world, our arrival is only the beginning. That's because peak rank 5 experts have appeared in this world before, and there are quite a few of them. Our Lord of the Great Thousand Demons world will definitely come to this world. However, this place is too far away from our Great Thousand Demons world. I don't know if the master of the Great Thousand Demons world has met with some sort of obstruction, which is why he hasn't appeared yet. However, this place has been noticed by a stage 5 powerhouse. It is destined to be a place of trouble. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave this small world as soon as possible. After hearing what the devil fetus said, Wang Mang was stunned. He did not expect that the mastermind behind this disaster was actually a stage 5 powerhouse. F***CK. This is a type 5 divine warrior. This stage 5 powerhouse had yet to appear, but he had already caused the winds and clouds of this world to change. Only the heavens knew how terrifying such a powerhouse was. To be honest, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb after hearing this. This was because Wang Mang had heard the system's explanation of stage 5 rankers. Such an existence had completely jumped out of time, space, and any other restrictions. They could even easily create a world. In any case, they were awesome. What made Wang Mang feel even more incredulous was that stage 5 rankers had appeared on Earth, and there were quite a number of them. This news shocked Wang Mang even more. At the same time, he was very curious. Who were these stage 5 rankers? At this moment, the devil fetus's voice came. How is it? My information should be enough, right? Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately shook his head and said, "Your information isn't of much use to me, so this information is not of much value to me." After hearing Wang Mang go back on his word, the devil fetus was furious. "You are a stage 3 powerhouse after all. How can you go back on your word like this?" Hearing this, Wang Mang said indifferently, "When did I go back on my word? Your information is useless to begin with. Tell me, what's the use of giving me this information? Can I still escape from here?" "Escape from here? I only have the strength of an earth god. How can I survive in the boundless universe?" Hearing this, the devil fetus was silent for a long time before speaking again. "You can think of a way to get a world card. With a world card, you can hide in other worlds and survive." Hearing this, Wang Mang was even more surprised. This devil fetus knew a lot of information. At this point, Wang Mang quickly asked, "Then where did this world card come from? Is it also from your Great Thousand Demons world?" The black devil fetus's voice was doubtful. "No, the world card is not from our Great Thousand Demons world. I don't know the origin of this, but I know that it does exist. Our Great Thousand Demons world found this place by pursuing the information of a stage 4 powerhouse. Back then, the Lord of the Great Thousand Demons world found it in the soul of this stage 4 powerhouse. However, no one knows the origin of the world card. Moreover, the coordinates of your small world were also found by our Great Thousand Demons world from this stage 4 powerhouse." Hearing this, Wang Mang roughly understood what had happened. A stage 4 powerhouse, who might have come from Earth, appeared in the Great Thousand Demons world, and he was discovered by the Lord of the Great Thousand Demons world, who followed the clues to Earth. If that was the case, Earth had really suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking of this, Wang Mang glanced at the devil fetus and continued to ask, "Is there any other news? Tell me everything you know." The black devil fetus's helpless voice came. "That's all I know." Wang Mang laughed and could not help but ask again, In other words, this is all you know? The devil fetus's questioning voice came again. Is my information worthless to you? Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded and said, more or less. Anyway, it feels like it's not valuable to me. All right. Wang Mang admitted that the information was valuable and very important. However, of course, Wang Mang would not admit it. After all, it was not the first time he had done something like this. If he was shameless, so be it. Moreover, once he ate the devil fetus, who knew if he would keep his word? But at this moment, seeing that the devil fetus was about to escape, Wang Mang quickly reacted. Then, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and bit the devil fetus hard. But in the next moment, the devil fetus quickly broke free. Not only that, but it also released a terrifying black gas like a sharp knife. In merely a short moment, Wang Mang's bloody mouth was tormented until it was dripping with blood. At the same time, the devil fetus quickly flew away. Wang Mang was instantly enraged when he saw this. Then, Wang Mang quickly chased after it. After catching up with the devil fetus, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and allowed the devil fetus to struggle wildly before swallowing it. Fortunately, his powerful stomach, which had been modified by the system, was still very powerful. A few minutes later, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the early-stage Earth God Devil fetus. Gained 100 billion evolution points. Ding! Accumulation to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? Chapter 406. When he heard Wang Mang's angry and sorrowful question, the local god, who was about to make a move, was suddenly stunned. Seeing that Wang Mang didn't seem to be lying, the local god frowned. Could it be that his perception was wrong? In his perception, the local god clearly felt a threat. Moreover, the source of this threat came from Wang Mang. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to attack Wang Mang. This was because his perception had never been wrong. It was a pity that the sneak attack didn't succeed. However, seeing that Wang Mang didn't seem to be lying, the local god calmed down. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Fellow Taoist Python, I'm sorry for offending you. I just vaguely felt that fellow Taoist was hostile towards me. That's why I made a move to test you." Hearing the old local god's dignified words, Wang Mang's heart was filled with anger. If you want to make a move, then make a move. Now you're saying that you're testing me? Damn it. If he was a little careless, he would have been ambushed by the old local god. Of course, although he was angry, Wang Mang didn't show it, because now was not the time to make a move. When he thought of this, Wang Mang had a look of sudden realization. Lord Local God, you've wronged me. How would I dare to be hostile towards you? The local god laughed and said, "That's how it is. This old man was rude. However, since fellow Taoist is here, why don't you help this old man deal with this black bear? After dealing with this black bear, this old man will treat it as a side dish to apologize to fellow Taoist." After hearing the local god's words, Wang Mang almost couldn't help but curse. This dog really had a good plan. Although he didn't know why the local god sensed that he would be unfavorable to him, but now he wanted him to make a move and help him deal with this Black Bear Land immortal. This Black Bear Land immortal's strength wasn't weak. In Wang Mang's opinion, it wasn't much worse than the old local god. Of course, if it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't be afraid. But the problem was that he was here to kill the local god. He did not want to help the local god. They even wanted to kill the local god. However, right now, the local government had a helper. Wang Mang was worried that after he fought with the local god, he would not be able to defeat the local god. If the Earth God was not a match for the Earth God, he would immediately ask the other 3 Earth Gods for help. although the other three Earth Immortals had just become Earth Immortals not long ago. However, an Earth Immortal was still an Earth Immortal. Although there was a difference in strength, it was not to the extent of being crushed. Especially when the gap between them was not large, it was even more impossible to crush them. However, Wang Mang had only become an Earth Immortal not long ago. If it was 1 against 4, Wang Mang definitely wouldn't have any confidence. As for helping the local god, that was even more impossible. Damn it! What if after dealing with the black bear, the local god turned around to deal with him? Thinking to there, Wang Mang immediately smiled and refused. Local god, I really can't do it. I still have important things to do. If there is nothing else, I will definitely be willing to lend you a hand. However, just as Wang Mang's voice fell, he saw the black bear expert in the distance suddenly flee. His speed was extremely fast. Not only that, the three Earth Immortals of the local god hesitated for a moment and did not choose to chase after him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately knew that things were not good. After the demon clan's black bear left, the situation he was facing wasn't too good. Sure enough, when he saw the monster clan's black bear leave, Wang Mang immediately noticed that the local god's attitude had quietly changed. Previously, he was still smiling warmly at him, but now his gaze towards him had become extremely cold. Wang Mang immediately smiled and said, Local god, did you see that the black bear from before retreated? I won't disturb the local god anymore. With that, Wang Mang prepared to leave. However, the local god blocked his path and said with a smile, Since that's the case, I can invite you to my mansion as a guest. Seeing that the local god had no intention of letting him leave, and the other three Earth Immortals surrounding him, Wang Mang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Wang Mang no longer concealed his intentions and said with a gloomy tone, Local god, what is the meaning of this? Hearing this, the local god sneered. Do you really think that the local god doesn't know? You want to kill me? When you appeared, I already had a premonition. Now that you have come to find me, I will fulfill your wish. Just as he finished speaking, the local god raised his hand, and a giant palm slapped towards Wang Mang. This terrifying giant palm did not contain true qi, but was condensed from grand and domineering immortal qi. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was immediately enraged. He opened his bloody mouth and used his divine ability, Destructive Sea of Fire, Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. This terrifying immortal qi five-fingered giant palm passed through the destructive sea of fire and slapped towards Wang Mang without any reduction in power. Wang Mang quickly moved his huge body and easily dodged it. Bang! This terrifying five-fingered giant palm also smashed a mountain peak in the distance, causing gravel to fly everywhere. The mountain collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed. The power was clear at a glance. It could be said that it was terrifying. At the same time, on the other side, Wang Mang's destructive sea of fire. It was also like a single spark starting a prairie fire. It ignited the surrounding mountains and forests and instantly turned them into raging flames. Of course, this also did not hurt the local god. In the next moment, the local god grinned at Wang Mang and said, Do it! As soon as he finished speaking, the experts that surrounded Wang Mang in 3 directions all rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang almost cursed. Seeing the divine ability of these 3 Earth Immortals, Wang Mang did not hesitate to soar into the sky. He did not want to fight with these 3 Earth Immortals and let the local god attack him at any time. But as soon as Wang Mang soared into the sky, the local god instantly rushed over. As he rushed towards Wang Mang, his immortal qi instantly condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at Wang Mang. You've gone too far. Wang Mang was instantly enraged. He immediately used a lightning spell. The thunder between the 2 horns instantly condensed and roared out, Rumble! accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise. The thunder dragon instantly collided with the giant palm, causing an ear-piercing roar. This terrifying aftershock caused the color of the nearby world to change as it swept out like a storm. In the next moment, Wang Mang instantly transformed into a huge 8-winged, 3-headed python, his final form. Seeing the three Earth immortals once again use their divine ability to attack him, as well as the local god, who was once again approaching him. At the same time, Wang Mang opened his 3 bloody mouths and used 4 divine abilities: Thunder Spell, Eternal Frost, Destructive Sea of Fire, Destructive Laser. The 4 divine abilities quickly shot towards the 3 land immortals and the old local god. This also quickly blocked the 3 earth immortals and the local god who were rushing over. Bursts of earth-shattering noises erupted. At the same time, after Wang Mang used his divine ability, he also retreated and stood proudly in the sky. But when he saw the local god with an indifferent expression, he actually caught up with him again. Wang Mang was immediately shocked and roared, "Local god, don't bully me too much." Hearing this, the local god immediately laughed sinisterly. "Do you think you're fast enough? How about this old man's speed?" With that, the local god's speed instantly soared. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was shocked and instantly used his divine ability. But what shocked Wang Mang was that even after he used his divine ability, with the speed of the local god, he was still able to catch up with him. In just a moment, they had already crossed 1,000 miles and were still caught up. Wang Mang, who was both shocked and angry, suddenly made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I didn't want to use this thing. But, local god, you're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 407. Obviously, Wang Mang knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to kill the local god. Therefore, Wang Mang had already decided to use the random powerhouse summoning card. There was no other reason. If he wanted to kill the local god, he could only summon a powerhouse. As for the mesmerizing incense, what was the use of this thing? At most, it would help him stall for time. Perhaps the old local god would lose his mind and become a teddy in heat. Therefore, this thing might be able to get rid of the old local god, but it was not enough to kill him. As for whether the summoned powerhouse was good or bad, Wang Mang could not be bothered to care. Anyway, he did not aim for the earth now. Moreover, the earth was getting more and more chaotic. It did not matter if there was one more powerhouse or one less powerhouse. If there was one more powerhouse, so be it. At this point, Wang Mang looked fiercely at the 3 land immortals and the local god who had already caught up. Then, Wang Mang continued to use his supernatural powers and began to flee frantically. At the same time, Wang Mang also silently said in his heart, "System, use the random powerhouse summoning card." In the next moment, the system's voice also sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully used the random powerhouse summoning card. Ding. Please choose the following 2 targets that you do not want to summon. Target 1, Great Sage of Hell. Strength, unknown. Character, temperamental. Origin, unknown. Target 2, Fahai. Strength, unknown. Character, unknown. Origin, unknown. Target 3, Demon Lord Chong Lu. Strength, unknown. Character, unknown. Origin, unknown. Target 4, Patriarch Bodhi. Strength, unknown. Character, unknown. Origin, Mythical Colossal World. Target 5, Lord of the Abyss. Strength, unknown. Personality, unknown. Origin, Abyss Sector. Target 6, Black Emperor. Strength, unknown. Personality, unknown. Origin, Great Fantasy World. Target 7, Random. Strength, unknown. Personality, unknown. Origin, unknown. After looking through the 6 names, Wang Mang immediately fell into hesitation. These 6 summoning targets should be of varying strength. However, from Wang Mang's point of view, the strength of these 6 summoned targets was quite strong. It could even be said that it was awesome. However, Wang Mang didn't really want 2 strong experts to appear. He only needed someone to help him get rid of the local god. Therefore, Wang Mang soon had 2 targets he didn't want to summon. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System. 4 targets eliminated. Target 5. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. The host has successfully eliminated 2 targets you don't want to summon. Ding. Summoning is starting. Gentle prompt 1. The target will appear in half an hour. Gentle prompt 2. The summoning targets are real, not random experts' projections. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was suddenly in a good mood. The reason why he chose to exclude 4 and 5 targets, the main reason was that Patriarch Bodhi was too strong, not to mention the Lord of the Abyss. If these 2 experts appeared here, it was estimated that a casual blow would be enough to destroy the earth. Therefore, Wang Mang directly chose to exclude the 2 strongest targets. Sigh. He didn't know what kind of expert he would summon this time. He hoped that he could summon an expert with a better personality. At this moment, after he had completely used the random expert summoning card, Wang Mang could only pray that he wouldn't summon that kind of ferocious existence. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang looked at the local god, who was still chasing after him. He couldn't help but sneer secretly. Damn it! Later, the faster you chase, the faster you run. Not only that, Wang Mang also began to run a romantic marathon with the local god. Every time he saw this guy and wanted to give up chasing, Wang Mang would slow down, because Wang Mang had discovered that the local god's speed was indeed not slow, but compared to Wang Mang, he was still a step behind. Even if the local god used his supernatural powers and chased until his face turned red, he could still only gnash his teeth in anger behind, because his speed was indeed not much slower than Wang Mang, but the problem was that the other 3 land immortals were far behind. Therefore, every time he was provoked by Wang Mang, he was so angry that his teeth itched. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, he still couldn't catch up with Wang Mang. Naturally, he also understood that his speed was a little slower than Wang Mang. Originally, he was also prepared to give up, but Wang Mang's words were very harsh and even more blatantly scolded him. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. When he saw that the local god behind him was about to give up again, Wang Mang suddenly turned around and sneered. What? Old thing, you can't go on? You're not me anymore. Come and kill me. Come. Come and kill me. Didn't you just show me your speed? That's it. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do you want me to watch an old turtle like you slowly crawl like this? After hearing Wang Mang's words, the local god was so angry that he went crazy. His face was flushed red as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Demon brat, if you have the ability, then fight with this old man. Today, this old man will definitely turn you into ashes, tear you into pieces." Wang Mang immediately sneered proudly. "Come, you old thing, you're really good at talking. If you have the ability, then turn me into ashes. I'm afraid of you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the local god was so angry that he immediately used 2 offensive divine abilities on Wang Mang. The power of the 2 offensive divine abilities was extremely terrifying. It even caused the surrounding clouds to surge and the sky to change color. But what made the local god even more flustered and exasperated was that Wang Mang did not receive his divine abilities at all. In short, he was dodging the entire time. If he chased, Wang Mang would just run. When he stopped, Wang Mang also stopped. Then Wang Mang would curse a bunch of unpleasant words, making the local god so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. However, the old local god was also helpless against Wang Mang's shameless behavior. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like half an hour had passed. At the same time, the local god's patience was also exhausted by Wang Mang. His face was sinister as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Bastard, don't let this old man catch you in the future. Otherwise I will tear you into pieces, skin you, drink your blood, peel your flesh, and peel your bones." After saying this, the local god prepared to leave with his people. But at this moment, a muffled sound came from the sky. It was as if something was about to come out from the sky. Chapter 4:08. This caused the old local god, who was about to leave, to suddenly look up at the sky. At the same time, Wang Mang also subconsciously looked up at the sky. He could not help but feel happy. From Wang Mang's point of view, the expert he summoned was about to appear. At the same time, Wang Mang was also nervous. Was the expert he summoned good or bad? Therefore, Wang Mang was also nervous. At this time, the local god seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Mang and said in shock and anger, "Are you the one who summoned the otherworldly expert?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. "Do you think it was me who summoned it?" Seeing Wang Mang's proud expression, the local god did not need to think and guessed it. It was very likely that Wang Mang had secretly summoned the expert, because other than Wang Mang, who had the means to summon the expert, moreover, he had successfully summoned the expert before. Thinking of this, the old local god prepared to leave. Obviously, facing the unknown expert that was about to appear, he was very worried and even afraid. After all, last time, Wang Mang had summoned a super expert from the Devil Clan. That expert's aura, just its aura, made him tremble and want to kneel down and submit. It could be said that the scene of Wang Mang summoning the expert during the meteorite incident was still vivid in his mind. "Go!" After angrily shouting, the old local god, who was uneasy, ordered his subordinates to leave. However, Wang Mang quickly flapped his wings and instantly blocked the path of the local god and the others. At the same time, Wang Mang sneered like a villain who had succeeded. "Why are you leaving? Are you afraid? Do you want to leave now? Didn't you want to kill me? Kill me now." Seeing this, the local god's face turned ugly. He led his subordinates and prepared to leave from the side. However, Wang Mang blocked his path again. This completely angered the local god, who was preparing to leave. "You're courting death." After saying that, the local god shot toward Wang Mang. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed several divine abilities. At the same time, the other 3 land immortals also used their divine abilities. In an instant, 7 or 8 powerful divine abilities swept toward Wang Mang from all directions. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang only felt his scalp go numb and subconsciously dodged. At the same time, the old local god also took the opportunity to quickly leave with his subordinates. However, Wang Mang immediately burst forth with all his speed and quickly blocked in front of the local god. The local god, who was already flustered and exasperated, became even more furious when he saw Wang Mang's lingering presence. However, there was nothing the local god could do. He could only roar, split up. After saying that, the local god and the other 3 scattered. The 4 Earth immortals left in 4 different directions. Regarding this, Wang Mang secretly sneered. He did not stop anyone and continued to stop the local god. At the same time, in the sky, the muffled rumbling became even more intense. This scene was naturally seen by the local god. Although he could suppress Wang Mang, he was unable to kill Wang Mang. Moreover, Wang Mang had been fighting with him from beginning to end, causing the local god to fly into a rage. but there was nothing he could do about it. However, seeing that the sky was shaking even more violently, the local god finally panicked and said with a helpless tone, "How about we write off our grudges?" Wang Mang, who had distanced himself from the local god, sneered, "Write off our grudges now? Why didn't you say so when you were chasing after me? When the nether tablet appeared, you even maliciously tricked me. I still remember this." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the local god gnashed his teeth and said, "Then what do you want for us to write off our grudges? How about 2 half-immortal grade heaven and earth treasures?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered, "2 half-immortal grade heaven and earth treasures? Do you think I'm a beggar? Right now, I don't want 2 half-immortal grade heaven and earth treasures. I want your life." Hearing Wang Mang's words that contained killing intent, the local god was furious and was about to attack again. However, at this moment, a storm suddenly blew in the sky. He suddenly raised his head and saw that there was already a crack in the sky. He saw a black and red gas sweep out. In the next moment, a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire world. In the next moment, the black and red demonic gas instantly condensed into a figure. It was a tall and imposing figure. He was the size of a normal person. He wore a black robe, had a pair of sharp bull horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. He stood proudly in the sky with his arms crossed in front of his chest. At the same time, the terrifying black gas emitted from his body suppressed Wang Mang and the local god, causing them to have the urge to kneel down. In fact, even the space around him seemed to be distorted. At the same time, Wang Mang and the local god, who were about to attack, also stopped. At the same time, Wang Mang secretly swallowed his saliva because he seemed to have recognized this strong man. This guy seemed to be AF * King Demon Zhonglu, because his appearance was exactly the same as in the TV series of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. No, it should be said that he was more handsome than in the TV series, especially those black and red eyes. They were filled with indifference. Damn it! It turned out to be the Demon Zhonglu. What level has this guy's strength reached? Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart became even more nervous. Because if this guy's character was the same as in the TV series, he would be a villain. If that was the case, then he was definitely a villain. He was simply lawless. At this time, in Wang Mang's mind, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully summoned a strong man. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt helpless. He carefully looked at the Demon Zhonglu. At this moment, Demon Zhonglu, who was curiously looking at this strange world, suddenly looked at Wang Mang and the local god. The next moment, the Demon Zhonglu indifferently looked at Wang Mang and the local god, then said, "The karma in the unseen world is telling me that you were the one who summoned me here. This world is very strange. I was actually able to divine and capture some information about myself." Hearing this, Wang Mang carefully said, "Yes, Lord, this little demon summoned you here." This little demon greets Lord Demon Zhonglu. Seeing Wang Mang admit it, Demon Zhonglu slightly nodded his head. Suddenly, he frowned and strangely said, "This small world is very strange. It's obviously so weak, but it seems like a super strong man has been born here. What's going on? Tell this, Lord." Hearing this, Wang Mang carefully said, "Lord, it's like this. This small world has given birth to a lot of fifth-order strong men." Demon Zhonglu was shocked. His tone was full of astonishment. "Are you sure? You're not playing with this, Lord? In this small world, where the world's spiritual energy is thin and the will of the heavens has not appeared, a fifth-order strong man has been born." At this time, the local god quickly smiled and said, "Lord, this little one knows more than this little demon snake. Lord, please ask me as soon as possible. This little snake is just a rising star. How can he know the information that Lord wants to know. Lord, if you want to know anything, just ask this little one. This little one knows more than this little demon. Chapter 4:10. Looking at the local god's fawning expression. Wang Mang's heart sank. Of course, he could tell. The local god was clearly afraid of the demon Lord Chong Lu. Thus, he desperately tried to establish a relationship with him and even fawned over him. This made Wang Mang very sullen and angry. But in the next moment, a red light flashed. Then Wang Mang heard a scream. At the same time, the local god beside Wang Mang flew out. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang saw that the local god had been sent flying. He landed on the ground in a sorry state, raising a cloud of dust. Then he hugged the indifferent demon, Lord Chong Lu, and said indifferently, "Get back here." Just as he said that, Wang Mang saw the local god fly back quickly. The left side of his face was already swollen. To tell the truth, seeing this scene, Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his laughter, because the local god's swollen face was too comical. Moreover, he didn't even dare to fart. He had a fawning smile on his face. At this time, the demon Lord Chong Lu slowly said indifferently, "Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking." Hearing this, the local god nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. He had a fawning smile on his face and said, "Yes, yes, yes." But in the next moment, Wang Mang saw a red light flash again, and the local god flew out again. Seeing this, Wang Mang was speechless. Soon after, Wang Mang saw the local god flying back in a sorry state. However, the local god didn't have the backbone of an expert. He had a fawning smile on his face and didn't dare to say anything. Actually, the local god felt very wronged. He didn't interrupt. Why did he hit him? After all, the demon Lord Chong Lu was talking to him just now. He was afraid that if he didn't respond to the demon Lord Chong Lu, he would be hit again. But now it was great. If he responded, he would be hit. If he didn't respond, would he be hit? However, demon Lord Chong Lu was too powerful, so powerful that he didn't even dare to think of resisting. On the contrary, from the local god's point of view, the reason he was humiliated was all because of Wang Mang. Therefore, the local god hated Wang Mang to the point of gnashing his teeth. He wished he could cut Wang Mang into 1,000 pieces. Wang Mang naturally noticed the hatred and resentment in the local god's eyes. But Wang Mang didn't take it seriously. What was the use of this guy hating him? He was not worried that the local god could kill him. Right now, it was better to first serve this master who had been summoned. At the same time, Wang Mang suddenly saw demon Lord Chong Lu and frowned again. This caused Wang Mang's heart to palpitate once again. In the next moment, Wang Mang felt his vision blur again, followed by another scream. Bang! Then, a loud noise came from below. Wang Mang hurriedly turned his head to look. He was speechless as he discovered that the local god was hit again. In less than a minute, the local god's face was swollen, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were filled with tears as he looked at demon Lord Chong Lu, as if he wanted to know why he was hit this time. After all, he didn't make a sound, but in the next moment, demon Lord Chong Lu asked indifferently, "I asked you a question, and you had a bitter face. Are you ignoring me?" Hearing this, the local god's tears burst out uncontrollably. He cried and shook his head. Both sides of his face were swollen, making him look very pitiful. At the same time, the local god wanted to ask demon Lord Chong Lu if he did it on purpose. Hit him even if he didn't speak. Hit him even if he spoke. What do you want me to do? What do you want? The local god suspected that demon Lord Chong Lu was targeting him. Fortunately, demon Lord Chong Lu didn't hit him again. However, the local god didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid that Demon Lord Chong Lu would hit him again. At this moment, Demon Lord Chong Lu nodded at Wang Mang and said, "Speak. Tell me everything you know." Hearing this, Wang Mang was abnormally honest and told him everything he knew. Even the information that the local god didn't know was told by Wang Mang. After hearing this, Demon Lord Chong Lu was silent for a long time. His face revealed a charming smile. It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined, because in Demon Lord Chong Lu's world, it could be said that the strongest person was a rank 4 expert. Similarly, Demon Lord Chong Lu was a rank 4 expert. However, a rank 4 expert was still far from a rank 5 expert, because in front of a rank 5 expert, a rank 4 expert didn't have the strength to resist. Moreover, this small world was able to give birth to a rank 5 expert. This was very strange. It could be said that Demon Lord Chong Lu had no interest in this world. However, after Wang Mang's explanation, he became more and more interested in this world. Facing Demon Lord Chong Lu's muttering, Wang Mang didn't dare to interrupt, not to mention Wang Mang. The local god didn't even dare to fart. He was afraid that he would be slapped again. At this time, Demon Lord Chong Lu looked at Wang Mang. He nodded indifferently and said, "I came because of your summons. There is already karma between you and me. You can make a request, and I will fulfill it for you. At this point, I will completely sever my karma with you." Hearing Demon Lord Chong Lu's words, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, compared to Wang Mang's joy, the local god was terrified. That was because he knew that Wang Mang had an irreconcilable hatred for him. The hatred between the two had already reached the point where they couldn't tolerate each other. Thus, in his terror, the local god looked at Wang Mang with a pleading face and said in a trembling voice, "Fellow, please spare my life. Fellow." Hearing this, Wang Mang didn't care about the local god's terrified pleading. Damn, where did this guy's hatred and resentment come from before? Wang Mang remembered it clearly. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. This little demon hopes that sir can help me get rid of him." Hearing this, Demon Lord Chong Lu couldn't help but laugh. "It's that simple. Have you thought it through?" Wang Mang was stunned at first, but he finally clenched his teeth and said, "Sir, it's that simple." At this time, the local god looked at Wang Mang in fear. He begged with tears running down his face. "No, no, fellow Taoist Python, please spare my life. I am willing to respect you from now on. I'm willing to do anything for you." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. At the same time, Demon Lord Chong Lu saw Wang Mang's determination. Thus, under Wang Mang's gaze, Demon Lord Chong Lu nodded and suddenly widened his scarlet eyes. In the next moment, before Wang Mang could react, a huge explosion came from beside him. Blood even splashed onto his body. When Wang Mang turned his head to look, he discovered that the local god beside him had already exploded into a bloody mist. Then, Demon Lord Chong Lu opened his mouth slightly, and the bloody mist that the local god had turned into entered his mouth. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained peak grade blind box X1. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained designated lottery chance X1. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained diamond treasure chest X3. Ding. Accumulation has met the evolution requirements. Begin evolution. Chapter 4:11. No, After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang then recovered from the shock. To be honest, Wang Mang did not expect Demon Lord Chong Lu to be so powerful. Just one look, and he killed the local god. Just thinking about it made Wang Mang's scalp tingle. This was the difference between heaven and earth. He did not know how long it would take to reach such a level. It was simply too powerful. Oh, no, it should be a fortress. At the same time, Wang Mang was also very curious. What level had Demon Lord Chong Lu's strength reached? Although Wang Mang did not know Demon Lord Chong Lu's strength, Wang Mang knew he had single-handedly created the strongest person on Earth, because there might not even be a stage 4 expert on Earth. But with the appearance of Demon Lord Chong Lu, there would naturally be one. More importantly, he was the one who had summoned this expert. Just as Wang Mang was feeling emotional, Demon Lord Chong Lu had already turned into a red light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was even more shocked. This speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Wang Mang could not make any predictions. At the same time, Wang Mang's heart was also very complicated, because although he had successfully completed the mission, but he had also released an expert. Moreover, this was not an ordinary expert. From Wang Mang's point of view, there was absolutely no expert on Earth who could defeat Demon Lord Chong Lu. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but ask in his heart, "System, can I check Demon Lord Chong Lu's information?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Because the target was summoned by the host can check the opponent's strength level. Then, Demon Lord Chong Lu's information appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Target, Demon Lord Chong Lu realm. Peak stage 4. Initial stage of immortal supremacy. Divine ability. Luck. Threat level. In the eyes of an expert, you are not even a speck of dust. Achievement. Ranked first on the world's expert list. After reading Demon Lord Chong Lu's information, Wang Mang was completely stunned. F***CK. This Demon Lord Chong Lu's strength actually reached the peak of the 4th stage. Immortal Venerable Realm. What realm was this Immortal Venerable? Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang hurriedly asked, "System, what realm is an Immortal Venerable? Now it's time for you to give us a lesson, right?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Warm reminder, host, the following is the division of Stage 1 to Stage 4. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Stage 1, Chi Refinement Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm. Second stage, Nascent Soul Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Celestial Being Realm. Stage 3, Human Celestial Stage, Earth Celestial Stage, Heaven Celestial Stage. Fourth stage, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Sovereign Realm." After reading the system prompt, Wang Mang finally understood. Next was the Cultivation Realm. It turned out that the Earth Immortal Stage, which was also the Human Celestial Stage, was only at the threshold of Stage 3. What made Wang Mang even more speechless was the difference in realm between him and Demon Lord Chong Lu. There was a gap of 6 realms. F***CK. This is simply not letting people live. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang was also very helpless and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, what's the Stage 5 realm?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Host, it's better to be down to earth. Stage 5 Powerhouse. The basic threshold is the legendary Daluo realm. Daluo Golden Immortal." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't this mean that Demon Lord Chong Lu is only one realm away from Daluo Golden Immortal? Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel bitter. Forget it. It's more important to work hard to improve my strength. This stage 4 powerhouse was created by me. What would happen to the world after the catastrophe? To be honest, Wang Mang didn't dare to imagine it. Now, he could only improve his strength as soon as possible to be able to rest easy. However, after thinking about the harvest this time, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Because this time, his harvest was very rich. He swallowed a human immortal level devil fetus and killed the earth god. The evolution points he accumulated had already reached hundreds of billions. This was obviously enough for him to easily evolve twice. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's depressed mood finally became much better. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang looked around and began to fly towards his territory in Guizhou province. But what made Wang Mang extremely surprised was that along the way, he encountered several Earth immortal level powerhouses. Most of these Earth immortal level powerhouses came from the devil fetus that broke out of the ground. Therefore, in many cities, powerful and terrifying monsters appeared one after another. Other than that, there were also demon clan powerhouses. These demon clan powerhouses, Wang Mang had never seen or heard of them before. Wang Mang guessed that these demon clan powerhouses were most likely half-immortal level heaven and earth treasures. After thinking up to this point, Wang Mang could more or less understand. It seemed that there were a lot of half-immortal level heaven and earth treasures in the Dragon Nation, but they were hidden. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Earth immortal and demon clan powerhouses. Although they were half-immortal level heaven and earth treasures, they were also members of the demon clan, especially now that they had successfully turned the tide. From the former heaven and earth treasures, they had turned into Earth immortal powerhouses. This also made Wang Mang's heart very heavy on the way back. It had only been half a month since the disaster, and Earth Immortals had appeared in groups. The number of Earth Immortal powerhouses would probably increase in the future, right? Half an hour later, Wang Mang successfully arrived at the territory of Huanshan Reservoir in Guizhou province. After returning to the cave abode again, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction when he saw the water buffalo great demon and the tiger great demon still guarding outside the cave abode. Then Wang Mang took out an emperor-level heaven and earth treasure, threw it to the two great demons, and said indifferently, "After I come out of seclusion and leave, you guys should also improve your strength." After receiving the emperor-level heaven and earth treasure in his hand, the two great demons were wild with joy. "Thank you for your gift, Master." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and then entered the cave abode. After returning to the cave abode, Wang Mang couldn't wait to say in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information page appeared in front of him. Host Wang Mang. Identity, 5 mountain god. Type, 8-winged, 3-headed python. Cultivation, 9,000 years, Earth Immortal. Body shape, 272 meters long, 15 meters wide, 20 million kilograms weight, 20 million kilograms bite force, 200 kilometers per hour. Divine ability, King's Slavery, Soul Controlling Seal, Broken Body Rebirth, Destructive Laser Beam, Destructive Sea of Flames, Everlasting Frost, Heaven Flight, Earth Burrowing, Wishful Bone Spur, Thunder Spell, One Step in the World, Myriad of Changes. Space, Information Detection, Celestial Plate X1, Free Divine Powers Upgrade Opportunity X1, Divine Powers Lucky Draw Opportunity X1, One-Time Designated Prize Card X1, Mesmerizing Incense X1, Best Quality Blind Box X1, Diamond Treasure Chest X3, Designated Lucky Draw Opportunity X1, Luck 299 Flood of Fortune, Evolution Points, 220 billion/120 billion current ranking, Global Powerhouse ranking 25, changes may be updated at any time. Chapter 412. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang could not help but be speechless. He never thought that the evolution points he had accumulated would not be enough to evolve twice. Thinking about this, Wang Mang knew that if he wanted to evolve twice, he would need to start opening items to obtain evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open the diamond treasure chest." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 7 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 8 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a pair of Dragon Nation's female star surnamed fans' original underwear. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a pair of Dragon Nation's male star surnamed Luo's short sports video. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. A diamond treasure chest that gave him 25 billion evolution points was not bad. However, what were the last two prizes? A pair of original underwear, a pair of sports video. Wang Mang was rather naive. He did not understand what these two things were for. They were not useful to him at all. Luckily, Wang Mang was already used to it. It did not matter if it was a treasure chest or a blind box. Basically, it would only give some trash items. Thus, Wang Mang was already used to it. However, 245 billion evolution points. From Wang Mang's point of view, it might not be enough to evolve twice. This was because after each evolution, the evolution points required would increase. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang once again silently said, "System, open the diamond treasure chest again." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Diamond treasure chest successfully opened. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Received a carton of Wang Zai milk. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a premium Tang saber. Ding! Congratulations, host! 1 Atlantic bluefin marlin. Ding! Congratulations, host! You received a box of canned beef. Ding! Congratulations, host! You received a golf ball from the Beauties collection. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. That was because this diamond treasure chest was too much of a scam. He only got 5 billion evolution points. Other than 5 billion evolution points, the rest were all trash. What can food? What wanchai milk? What exquisite sugar knife? Fine. That was not the main point. More importantly, what the hell was a golf ball? Or was it a golf ball collected by a beautiful woman? Aren't golf balls used to play golf? Could it be that golf balls have other uses? Could it be that this collection of golf balls was for the beauties to use? Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very helpless. This diamond treasure chest could be said to be a huge loss. It could even be said that this was the trashiest diamond treasure chest he had ever opened. Wang Mang was even a bit worried. Would the 3 diamond treasure chests not give him enough evolution points to evolve twice? Wang Mang could only secretly pray. Hopefully, the last diamond treasure chest would not be too much of a scam. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart hardened. He clenched his teeth and said, "System, open the last diamond treasure chest for me." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully opened diamond treasure chest." Ding! "Congratulations, host! You have obtained 10 billion evolution points." Ding! "Congratulations, host! You have obtained 20 billion evolution points." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pack of toilet paper. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of cephalosporin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Cadillac. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bag of cat shit coffee. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood became better. Not bad. Not bad at all. The last advanced blind box didn't disappoint him. Currently, he had already accumulated 280 billion evolution points. If he wanted to evolve twice, it would be enough. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became better. He even hesitated. Should he try to evolve 3 times in a row? After all, he had a designated lottery chance. There was even a top-quality blind box. He could use the designated lottery chance to draw evolution points. Other than that, he also had a designated lottery chance. Thinking of this, Wang Mang pondered for a moment. He decided to try and see if he could evolve 3 times in a row. Thinking to that point, Wang Mang took a deep breath, then silently said in his heart, "System, open the top-quality blind box." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the top-quality blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 billion evolution points." Damn. Not bad at all. The first prize was already 20 billion evolution points. Wang Mang could not help but feel happy. He was looking forward to it. He felt that this top-quality blind box would definitely be worth it. After all, the first prize was 20 billion evolution points. He reckoned that this top-quality blind box would not be too bad. At this time, the system's voice resounded for the second time, frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a roasted pig." After hearing the system's announcement for the second time, Wang Mang could not help but be speechless again. At the same time, his joy from before had also disappeared. Another minute passed. The system's voice resounded for the third time, frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 billion evolution points." After hearing the system's announcement for the third time, Wang Mang's mood became better. This time's announcement was not bad. After another minute, the system's voice resounded for the fourth time, frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a refrigerator." Wang Mang was speechless, unable to say anything. What was the point of giving him a refrigerator? "Daddy System, give me something good. It's good to have more evolution points." At this moment, Wang Mang felt very helpless. This was because if this top-quality blind box was not good enough, in the end, Wang Mang could only use his designated lottery ticket. Just when Wang Mang was feeling helpless, the system's voice resounded for the fifth time, frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of flip-flops." After hearing the system's announcement for the fourth time, Wang Mang almost could not hold back his tears. F***CK. Even flip-flops are here. "System, I beg you to be a human. Give us some good stuff, please." After opening this top-quality blind box for so long, he had obtained 30 billion evolution points. If it was in the past, Wang Mang would feel that it was not bad. However, the evolution points he needed to evolve was too much. Thus, 30 billion evolution points was like a drop in the bucket for him. Just when Wang Mang was on the verge of collapse and was cursing in his heart, the system's voice resounded for the sixth time, frowny-face ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3rd rank." Chapter 4:13. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtain a random rank 3 expert summon card." Note: rank 3 expert summon card. After use, can summon a random rank 3 expert. The strength depends on the randomness. Prompt: the loyalty of the summoned rank 3 expert to the host is 80. When he heard the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Damn, I actually obtained this thing. Random rank 3 expert summon card. This is too heaven-defying. Doesn't this mean that I can also have an expert as my subordinate? Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but be excited, because this summon card was different from the expert summon. The expert he summoned was not his subordinate, but this time he obtained a random rank 3 expert summon card. Once the expert was summoned, it would have 80% sincerity towards him. It could be said that as long as he did not do anything that displeased the expert he summoned, it would basically become his loyal subordinate. Was this a good thing? Of course it was a good thing. From Wang Mang's point of view, this thing was even better than the designated lottery chance. If he could get a super expert to become his subordinate, who would he need to be afraid of? He would kill whoever he did not like. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Not bad, not bad. This last top-grade blind box finally gave him something good. To be honest, Wang Mang wanted to use this rank 3 expert summon card. However, after thinking about it for a while, Wang Mang felt that he should think of a way to evolve first. After all, this rank 3 expert summon card could not run away. But when it came to evolution, Wang Mang had a headache, because if he wanted to evolve 3 times in a row, he was still lacking a lot. Currently, he only had 310 billion evolution points. 3 evolutions would require at least 400 to 500 billion evolution points. Unless he used the designated lottery chance, it would be very difficult for him to evolve again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang pondered for a while and decided to use the designated lottery chance to draw evolution points. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, use the designated lottery ticket, lottery direction, evolution points." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully used the designated lottery ticket." Then, a huge lucky draw compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. When he saw the lucky compass, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. The 9 prizes for this lucky compass were 200 billion evolution points, 100 billion evolution points, 80 billion evolution points, 50 billion evolution points, 10 billion evolution points, low-level world card, 1/2 celestial grade, heavenly treasure, random summoning card, crossing realm projection summoning card. It could be said that among the 9 prizes, there were quite a few good things. At this moment, the fortune compass began to spin. In response, Wang Mang didn't want to use the lottery. On the contrary, Wang Mang directly said in his heart, "System, using the designated lottery ticket." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully used the designated lottery ticket." "Ding! Host, please choose the prize." "Host, please choose the prize." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang hesitated for a moment. Wang Mang then said in his heart, "Choose the prize, 200 billion evolution points." In the next moment, Wang Mang saw the rapidly spinning lucky draw compass. The pointer steadily landed on 200 billion evolution points. Then, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 200 billion evolution points." "Ding! Accumulation to meet the evolution requirement. Do you wish to begin evolution?" After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang didn't need to mention how happy he felt. This one-time designated prize card was really cool. He could directly choose the prize for the lottery ticket. Moreover, after he obtained 200 billion evolution points, Wang Mang's current evolution points had reached 510 billion. It could be said that 3 evolutions were more than enough. When he thought of this, Wang Mang began to speak in high spirits in his heart. "System, begin evolution." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 120 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. Then, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the process of evolution. 2 hours later, Wang Mang finally woke up from the process of evolution. After waking up, Wang Mang did not observe the changes in his body. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, begin evolution again." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Successfully deducted 140 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. 6 hours later, Wang Mang completely woke up from the process of evolution. This was because Wang Mang had continuously evolved 3 times. The evolution points required for the 3 evolutions were as follows. The first evolution required 120 billion evolution points. The second evolution required 140 billion evolution points. The third evolution required 160 billion evolution points. The 3 evolutions required a total of 420 billion evolution points. In other words, Wang Mang had accumulated 510 billion evolution points, but he still had 90 billion evolution points left. He still needed 90 billion evolution points before he could evolve again. After waking up, Wang Mang began to size up the changes in his body. What made Wang Mang surprised was that after this evolution, his strength had greatly increased. His strength once again skyrocketed, and the immortal qi in his body also became denser. Moreover, the changes in his body size were also very big. Of course, how big were the changes? Wang Mang was not too clear. However, Wang Mang felt that his current strength had definitely increased by a large margin compared to before. Thinking about this, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang identity, 5 mountain god type, 8-winged 3-headed python cultivation, 9,300 years, earth immortal, body, 284 meters long, 16 meters wide, 30 million kilograms weight, 30 million kilograms bite force, 200 kilometers per hour speed. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven soaring, earth burrowing, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, 1-step world horizon, 10,000 transformations. Space, probing information, immortal plate X1, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, bewitching love incense X1, 3rd rank expert summon card X1 luck, 299, flood fortune fills the heavens, evolution points, 90 billion/180 billion current ranking, world's strongest rank 16 can change at any time. Chapter 414. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. The increase in strength was huge. His body length had also reached 284 meters. That was almost beyond the scope of human knowledge. To put it bluntly, with Wang Mang's size, even movies couldn't describe him. Apart from that, his weight had increased by 30 million kilograms. What did 30 million kilograms mean? It was a weight of 30,000 tons. It could be said that just this weight alone, Wang Mang felt that he could kill most of the existence in seconds. Of course, weight advantage, size advantage, and so on. This was not the key for a land immortal powerhouse, but it was also a huge increase in strength. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the level of 9,300 years. Now, he was once again at the level of 16th in the global powerhouse ranking. That was naturally a huge increase in strength. At the same time, it also proved that Wang Mang's 3 consecutive evolutions had a huge increase in strength. With that thought, Wang Mang was in a good mood and felt the stronger power in his body. He could not help but be in high spirits. However, when he thought of Demon Lord Chong Lu, who was now #1 in the global powerhouse ranking, Wang Mang was a little depressed. He did not know how long it would take for him to catch up to the strength of a stage for Super Powerhouse. It would probably be a long process. Fortunately, Wang Mang was a little relieved that he now had a Stage 3 Powerhouse random summon card. That meant that he could get such a summon card in the future. It also meant that he was about to have a Stage 3 Powerhouse subordinate of his own. At that time, it did not matter if he could not defeat others alone. He could let his subordinates help him fight monsters. Thinking of that, Wang Mang was even more elated. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart, without hesitation, "System, use the Stage 3 Powerhouse random summon card." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host successfully used the Stage 3 Powerhouse summon card. Ding. Please choose the following 2 powerhouses that you do not want to summon. Summon target 1. Heavenly Quartz Heavenly Soldier Captain. Strength, Stage 3. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Summon target 2, Wildflower Fairy. Strength, Stage 3. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Third summoning target, 7 fairies. Strength, Stage 3. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Fourth summoning target, Yifan. Strength, Stage 3. Youth. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Summon target 5. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Strength, Stage 3. Apprentice. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Summon target 6. Master Rashi. Strength, Stage 3. Youth. Personality, lecherous. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Summon target 7. Reduce inflammation. Strength, Stage 3. Youth. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. Summon target 8. Random. Strength, Stage 3. Personality, unknown. Divine power, unknown. Achievement, unknown. After looking at the 7 targets, Wang Mang was silent for a long time. Wang Mang chose to exclude the targets. His choice was to exclude the Heavenly Quartz Heavenly Soldier Captain and the so-called Wildflower Fairy. These 2 targets, just by listening to their names, he knew that they were not good. After all, the other summoning targets, Wang Mang had more or less heard of them. Only these 2 nameless soldiers. Wang Mang had never heard of them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, eliminated target 1 and target 2. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully eliminated targets that you do not want to summon. Warm reminder to the host, the Summon Powerhouse will take the initiative to find the host within 3 days." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. Then his excitement dissipated a lot. He thought that it would find him immediately, but he found out that it would take 3 days. However, Wang Mang could still afford to wait for 3 days. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood was not as gloomy as before. On the contrary, Wang Mang, who had just successfully evolved consecutively, came out of the cave in a good mood. After coming out of the cave, Wang Mang looked at the scarlet blood rain falling from the sky. He was used to it. After all, after the disaster, the blood rain that was rich in spiritual qi and demonic qi had replaced the rain of the past. Moreover, after every blood rain, Wang Mang could feel that the spiritual qi in the world was more abundant. It could be said that the blood rain was indeed very beneficial to many creatures. Of course, the The premise was that they had to be able to withstand the demonic chi contained in the blood rain. Therefore, the stronger the body and the stronger the ability, the more immune they would be to the effects of the blood rain. Besides, after the disaster, Wang Mang could feel that the demonic chi in the world were vast. Now, in this world, there were all kinds of chi. It could be said that monsters and demons were dancing. At this time, in Wang Mang's mind, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing the appearance of the top zombie emperor among the zombies, who is attempting to dominate your province, choose to endure. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward. 10 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 2. Facing the appearance of the top zombie emperor among the zombies, who is attempting to dominate your province, choose to ignore. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward. 20 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 3. Facing the appearance of the top zombie emperor among the zombies, who is attempting to dominate your province, choose to stop. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward. 50 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Mission 4. Facing the appearance of the top zombie emperor among the zombies, who is attempting to dominate your province, choose to kill. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward. 100 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Designated draw chance X1. Diamond treasure chest X1. Chapter 415. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that there would be an anomaly among the zombies so soon. Wang Mang knew one of the zombie royal family. It was the little girl from the zombie royal family. Although the little girl was from the zombie royal family, she was too weak. Therefore, the mission that appeared this time was definitely not the little girl from the zombie royal family. But even so, it was beyond Wang Mang's expectation that there would be a powerhouse among the zombies so soon. This was because it had only been half a month since the apocalypse. However, there was a powerhouse among the zombies. This indeed made Wang Mang feel extremely horrified, to the extent where he was dumbstruck. However, although he was shocked, Wang Mang was still confident that he could solve this problem. Because Wang Mang didn't believe that the zombie royal family strength had surpassed his. This was completely impossible. If they were really that powerful, the world would be dominated by zombies in the future. Therefore, the first and second missions were impossible for Wang Mang to choose. Although these two missions were free, they were not in Wang Mang's interest. Similarly, it was impossible for Wang Mang to give up his territory. After all, his father was still counting on this territory to develop and grow. As for the third mission, the reward was not bad. But obviously, it was not the mission that Wang Mang wanted. After hesitating for a while, Wang Mang had already chosen the mission in his heart. Then Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the fourth mission." The next moment, the system's voice also sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel emotional. He was worried that he had nothing to do. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. The mission came again. In addition, Wang Mang actually had another mission. Even if all the devil fetuses in the province were eliminated, Wang Mang did not know how many devil fetuses were left in the province. In comparison, the mission of killing the zombie emperor was much easier. At the very least, Wang Mang did not have to search for the devil fetus like searching for a needle in a haystack. It just so happened that these devil embryos were also extremely intelligent. None of them were fools. They knew how to avoid experts, their intelligence extremely high. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang revealed his enormous body. At the same time, 8 wings emerged from his back. As they flapped, he soared into the sky. However, as Wang Mang was flying towards the city, he suddenly saw 3 familiar figures in the forest below. Among them, 2 familiar figures were currently engaged in a fierce battle. They were locked in a fierce battle. This caused Wang Mang to stop in his tracks. He swooped down and quickly arrived at the mountain range. After that, Wang Mang could clearly see the 2 guys who were fighting. These 2 fellows were the Dog Emperor and the Black Bear Great Demon King. No, it should not be called the Black Bear Great Demon King, but the Black Bear Great Demon King. Yes, after not seeing him for a few months, the Black Bear's strength had increased by a large margin. This was simply unbelievable to Wang Mang. Back then, the Black Bear Great Demon King was very weak. Now, not only had he caught up, but he was also able to fight the Dog Emperor to a standstill. Moreover, Wang Mang seriously sensed their auras. He discovered that whether it was the Dog Emperor or the Bear Emperor, the strength of these 2 fellows had reached the cultivation level of more than 8,000 years. This improvement in strength was too fast, especially the Black Bear Great Demon King. How did this guy increase his strength by so much? Back then, Wang Mang clearly remembered. The gap between him and the Black Bear Great Demon King was too great. Similarly, the Black Bear Great Demon King's strength was also far from the Dog Emperor's. In the end, it had only been a few months. The Black Bear Great Demon King had actually caught up. Although he didn't catch up to Wang Mang, he caught up to the Dog Emperor. What puzzled Wang Mang even more was why these 2 fellows were fighting, whether it was the Dog Emperor or the Black Bear Great Demon King. These 2 fellows could be said to be Wang Mang's old acquaintances. Back then, they had worked together to steal many Demon Emperor cave abodes. Now, they had actually met again under such circumstances. Just as Wang Mang was sighing with emotion, he suddenly saw the Fox Emperor not far away. When he saw the Fox Emperor, Wang Mang was also somewhat surprised. Although the Fox Emperor didn't have much interaction with him, he still knew him. Back then, the Fox Emperor had wanted to eat swan meat and had tried to make him her Tao companion. However, in the end, Wang Mang had righteously rejected him. Who would have thought that they would meet again? At this time, the Fox Emperor also recognized Wang Mang. Perhaps it was because she had always remembered Wang Mang's aura. Therefore, no matter how much Wang Mang's appearance had changed, she still recognized Wang Mang at a glance. However, the Fox Emperor looked at Wang Mang with an extremely cold gaze. That was because she still remembered the scene of Wang Mang rejecting her righteously. However, what made the Fox Emperor feel extremely complicated was that Wang Mang's strength had already reached a level that she could only look up to. Back then, Wang Mang's strength was only comparable to the Demon Emperor's. But now, Wang Mang's aura alone was enough to make her feel that it was difficult to contend against him. The Fox Emperor didn't need to guess to know that Wang Mang's strength had probably reached the level of an Earth immortal. Similarly, the Dog Emperor and the Black Bear Emperor, who were originally fighting fiercely, also stopped. Moreover, whether it was the Dog Emperor or the Black Bear Emperor, they easily recognized Wang Mang. This wasn't because they had a deep relationship with Wang Mang, but because Wang Mang had left a deep impression on them, especially the Dog Emperor. He had originally followed Wang Mang, but he had lost him. Just as the Dog Emperor was feeling disheartened, he met the Fox Emperor. When he saw the Fox Emperor, the Dog Emperor's eyes instantly widened. At that time, he felt that his heart was beating very fast. Then, the Dog Emperor instantly turned into a bootlicker. Along the way, he shook his head and tried to curry favor with the Fox Emperor, trying to develop into a Tao companion with the Fox Emperor. Unfortunately, The Fox Emperor was incomparably cold to him. However, the Dog Emperor was the Dog Emperor. He was a dog himself, and he was full of confidence in himself, even if he turned into a bootlicker. Unfortunately, he met the damned Black Bear Demon King on the way again. When he saw the Black Bear Demon King, the first thing he did was fight with the Black Bear Demon King with all his might. This was because he had a fierce conflict with the Black Bear Demon King. Back then, the Black Bear Demon King had run away with the treasure, causing the Dog Emperor's efforts to be in vain. Their grudges could be said to be obvious at a glance. What made the Dog Emperor even angrier was that the Black Bear Demon King looked at the Fox Emperor with a gaze that was clearly tempted. Thus, new and old grudges were added together. The Dog Emperor and the Bear Emperor naturally fought to the death. If Wang Mang hadn't appeared out of thin air, they would still be fighting. This also made Wang Mang speechless. Could this be the legendary dog-eat-dog? Chapter 416. Brother Giant Python. Brother Giant Python. The next moment, the Dog Emperor and the Dog Bear Emperor shouted in unison. Then, the Dog Emperor and the Dog Bear Emperor glared at each other. Then, both sides immediately started cursing. The Dog Emperor bared his teeth and roared, "What the F***CK are you shouting for? Brother Giant Python and I are sworn brothers." The Dog Bear Emperor refused to be outdone and said angrily, "Bullsh**T. Brother Anaconda and I are childhood sweethearts, blood brothers." The Dog Emperor cursed angrily, "Nonsense! Brother Giant Python is my brother. He and I are like brothers." The Dog Bear Emperor sneered and said, "Shameless! Brother Giant Python and I are the ones who have gone through thick and thin together." Looking at the two of them cursing and looking like they wanted to bite each other to death, Wang Mang was immediately dumbstruck, especially when he heard the two of them call each other brothers. To be honest, Wang Mang was almost touched by them. However, what made Wang Mang a little confused was, when did he become sworn brothers with the Dog Emperor? When did he become childhood friends with the Dog Bear Emperor? Good fellow! Wang Mang was almost touched by them. He didn't expect that he had such a deep relationship with these two guys. Unbeknownst to anyone, they had become sworn brothers and childhood sweethearts. At the same time, seeing the two of them kneeling down and trying to curry favor with Wang Mang, the Fox Emperor immediately glanced at them coldly and left. Seeing this scene, the Dog Emperor and the Dog Bear Emperor, who were arguing, were dumbfounded. "All right, you dare to ruin my marriage. I'll fight you to the death." The Dog Emperor roared angrily, "Bullsh**T. The Fox Emperor clearly likes me. You're just a dog. Why would he like you?" The Dog Bear Emperor sneered. Then, the two of them started fighting again. Not only that, they were fighting with their lives on the line. Wang Mang was dumbfounded. "Sigh, these two fellows have fallen. They actually went to war for the Fox Emperor." Wang Mang, who was watching from afar, shook his head inwardly. He couldn't understand why these two fellows had lost their fighting spirit. Wasn't it better to cultivate? Wasn't it better to increase his strength? Wang Mang, would not be affected by a woman, because Wang Mang had always believed in one thing. If there was no woman in his heart, he would draw his sword naturally. Women would only affect the speed at which he drew his saber. Women would only affect the speed of his growth. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang hypocritically tried to persuade him. Seeing that both parties were ignoring him, it was as if their eyes had turned bloodshot. Wang Mang shook his head inwardly and left. As for stopping them, Wang Mang couldn't bring himself to do it. His relationship with these two fellows was indeed a bit complicated. They could be considered as good friends, but they couldn't be considered as enemies either. Half an hour later, Wang Mang had successfully arrived at the city. However, what gave Wang Mang a headache was, how was he going to find the zombie sovereign king? After all, he didn't know who the zombie emperor was, unless the zombie emperor had an organization to control a large number of zombies. The problem was that there wasn't a situation where a large number of zombies were controlled. Therefore, if Wang Mang wanted to find the zombie emperor, there were only two choices. The first was to wait for the rabbit or to find a needle in a haystack. The second was to find the zombie girl, because the zombie girl was also a zombie emperor. Thinking about it, she should have a way to find the zombie emperor. But the problem was that it wasn't easy for Wang Mang to find the zombie girl. After all, the two parties didn't leave any special contact information at that time. Helpless, Wang Mang could only choose to wait for the rabbit. With this thought, Wang Mang flew towards Izun City. What surprised Wang Mang was, when he arrived at Izun City, there were no zombies in this dilapidated city. Oh, it couldn't be said that there were no zombies. Instead, half of the huge city had been cleared out. Half of the city had no zombies, and the other half of the city was still filled with zombies and demons. Wang Mang was also very surprised by this. He didn't expect his father to have cleared out half of the city in just over half a month. Moreover, the half of the city that had been cleared out had already restored some order. Wang Mang could even see that there were many orderly troops. They were cleaning up the broken arms and corpses in the city, as well as the trash in the ruins. Similarly, there were also groups of famine teams of varying numbers. They were now in the city building, wandering around searching for supplies. It could be said that the city was completely different. At the junction of the zombies and the city that had been cleared out, a thick wall was piled up. This thick wall was very high. It was made of a large number of abandoned cars and boulders. It was more than 20 meters high. It was as if the city was divided into two parts by a knife, isolating the zombies on the other side. This also made Wang Mang nod secretly. His father's ability was indeed unquestionable. Then Wang Mang began to speed up. A few minutes later, Wang Mang arrived at his father's armed base. But what surprised Wang Mang was that this simple armed base set up by his father was now completely new. A thick steel wall surrounded the vast and huge base, rising from the ground and protecting the armed base. Compared to the incomparably simple scene before, it was simply heaven and earth. Moreover, on top of the steel wall, there were many members of the army on sentry duty, constantly monitoring every movement outside the armed base. Because outside the armed base, there were many civilians. It was like a pile of people. They had built many simple wooden houses or stone houses or bridal chambers. At a glance, the number of civilians was very large. There were at least tens of thousands of people. They seemed to have gradually gotten used to this kind of life, because they felt more secure living near the armed base. After sighing twice, Wang Mang turned into a bird and quickly arrived at the armed base. Similarly, Wang Mang was also outside an armed fortress. From afar, he heard his father's exasperated voice coming from inside. "These damn little bastards from the small country. This is too much." The next moment, Wang Mang directly flew into the armed fortress. He saw that in the vast armed fortress, his father was watching TV in the hall. On the TV, the current situation of the small country was being broadcasted. A man with a mustache who dressed like the emperor of the small country. At this moment, he looked at the camera with a high-spirited face and said proudly, "Hello, friends of the world. I am the current emperor of the small country. Our small country is the greatest and most sacred empire in the world. It only took us half a month to clear out the zombies in the country. We are also the first great empire in the world to clear out the zombies. But our great small country is very friendly. we can provide the greatest help to the surrounding countries, especially the Chi Dragon Kingdom. They need our help very much. Our great small country can provide you with arms and food help, but you have to take a lot of flower girls, or exchange people with us. Chapter 417. We, the tiny country, warmly welcome Lady Hua of Chi Dragon to join us. Our tiny country is now a first-rate empire in the world with the help of Orochi and Lord Devil Fetus. The people of Chi Dragon can also choose to come here, because our tiny country is the most beautiful empire in the world. After Tian Huang of Tiny Country finished his speech, the scene in front of the TV changed again. A Chi Dragon woman with heavy makeup said to the camera happily, "I like Tiny Country very much. I like Tiny Country very much. I've already joined Tiny Country. My black boyfriend and I are very happy here. I hope my sisters of Chi Dragon can join us here soon. There are no more zombies here. Tiny Country is a very beautiful empire. Chi Dragon is still in chaos. I even heard that many sisters of Chi Dragon have been reduced to goods. It's better to come to Tiny Country. This is the most beautiful paradise." Then the scene on the TV changed again. Another young woman who looked like she was from Chi Dragon said with a happy smile, "I'm very glad that I've been studying in Tiny Country before the zombies came. Although the world unfortunately encountered a disaster, my life in Tiny Country is very good. I've already married my Tiny Country husband, and we're living a very happy life. I hope more sisters of Chi Dragon can see this and leave Chi Dragon as soon as possible. Come to this beautiful Tiny Country quickly." Then the scene on the TV changed again. It was the face of another Chi Dragon woman. She was holding a dark-skinned toddler with a happy face and said with a smile, "Sisters, come to Tiny Country. Only here can you really escape from the sea of suffering. I heard that many sisters are miserable in Chi Dragon. I feel very sympathetic. Sisters, come boldly. You won't be oppressed in Tiny Country anymore. Sisters, look at me. I've already settled here with my black husband. We have children, and we're living a very happy life." When he saw this, Father Wang was so angry that he smashed the television into smithereens. With a face full of anger, he scolded, "These damn bastards! They worship foreign things. I'm so angry. Is the sun in foreign countries rounder than Chi Dragon?" Wang Mang had naturally seen the previous scene as well. However, Wang Mang was not angry, because there were such people at all times. Even when the society was prosperous, Wang Mang had been in the bustling metropolises of Dongguan Province and Haishan Province more than once. He saw many women of Chi Dragon who liked to go abroad, especially black men. At that time, Wang Mang was filled with disdain and even disgust for such women. At that time, Wang Mang even felt an inexplicable sense of indignation, wanting nothing more than to strangle them to death. Later, he saw more and more. He gradually became more and more. This was because Wang Mang knew that there was no lack of traitors in any era, nor was there a lack of despicable wretches. Some people were two slaves born. They always felt that foreign food was better than their own. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Mang's mind. Ding! The country the country mission. The country mission. Mission number 1. Choose to ignore the arrogant and proud country and some cheap bastards. Mission time can be obtained by choosing. Mission reward, 10 billion evolution points. Intermediate blind box, X1. Mission number 2. Choose to punish the arrogant and proud country and some cheap bastards. Mission time can be obtained by completing. Mission reward, 20 billion evolution points. Intermediate blind box, X1. Mission number 3. Choose to destroy the arrogant and proud country and some cheap bastards. Mission reward, can be obtained by completing. Mission reward, 100 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box, X1. Diamond treasure, chest, X1. Mission 4. Face the arrogant and proud tiny country, as well as some despicable wretches, and let the tiny country's joy turn to sorrow. Send no less than 50 million zombies to the tiny country. Mission time can be obtained by completing. Mission reward, 180 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box, X2. Diamond treasure, chest, X2. Mission 5. Face the arrogant and proud tiny country and some despicable wretches. Let the tiny country's joy turn to sorrow. Sue the tiny country for no less than 100 million zombies. Mission time can be obtained by completing. Mission reward, free evolution opportunity X2. Best quality blind box X2. Diamond treasure chest X2. Random lottery X1. After listening to the mission notification, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. He never thought that the system would actually give him a corresponding mission. It seems that the system also felt his displeasure. Otherwise, it would not give him this kind of mission. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but sneer. Wang Mang did not even need to think about it and had already made his decision. After that, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the 4th mission." In the next moment, the system's voice rang. Ding! Host has successfully chosen a mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang then turned into his human form. Looking at his father, who was still angry, he immediately comforted him. "All right, Dad, why are you angry at those people who are not worth it?" Hearing this, the angry Wang Fu, who was sitting on the sofa, turned his head and saw Wang Mang. He immediately said helplessly, "Mang Er, you're here. Mang Er, you didn't see that these people worship foreigners too much. They really deserve to die 10,000 times. What I hate the most in my life are people who worship foreigners and the Japanese. Also, what I hate the most are racial discrimination and black people." Seeing his father's angry look, Wang Mang was suddenly speechless. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the castle. Wang Mang raised his head and saw a middle-aged man walk in. He straightened his chest, his face was solemn, and his tone was respectful. "Leader, your subordinate has something to report." Hearing this, his father raised his head and looked at his subordinate. He said with a gloomy face, "Speak. What happened this time?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Leader, among the people under our command, there are a small number of stubborn troublemakers. They have been causing trouble and even asked our base to send people to send them to tiny country. They also said that if we don't send them to tiny country, they will continue to cause trouble." Chapter 418. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wang Fu couldn't help but become furious. "Damn it! Are these people rebelling? How dare they ask us to send them to tiny country? They really don't know what's good for them. If I hadn't cleared out half of the city, they would have been reduced to zombie food." Looking at the furious Wang Fu, the middle-aged man lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. In fact, if it weren't for Wang Mang's father's sudden rise, Guizhou province would have fallen. How could they have the right to choose? Moreover, people were not easy to be satisfied. These people didn't know. The environment they were in now was already one of the best places in Chi Dragon, because the population of Chi Dragon was too large. At least half of the 1 billion people had become zombies. However, the reason why Guizhou province could clear out half of the city so quickly was because of the 2 demon emperors provided by Wang Mang. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Wang Fu to clear out half of the city so quickly, because in the city, Zombies were only a common threat. There were also the threats of mutant beasts, demons, ghosts, and so on. Mutant beasts didn't become demons. Instead, they couldn't withstand the demonic aura of the blood rain and were reduced to zombie-like magical beasts. These magical beasts were stronger than zombies. Although they were not as strong as demons, they were much stronger than zombies. Especially the powerful mutant magical beasts, they could dominate a part of the city. At this time, Wang Fu, who had been silent for a long time, said with a fierce face, "Go and tell them that if they dare to cause trouble in the city again, I will chop them into pieces." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was about to speak when footsteps came from outside. He saw another middle-aged man at the management level come in and say seriously, "Leader, more than 600 women have begun to organize people to rob things among the people and are preparing to leave our armed base." "What? How dare these bastards?" Father Wang roared angrily as he hurriedly walked out of the fortress. Seeing this, Wang Mang naturally followed him out unhurriedly. Similarly, the 3 emperors who were guarding outside the fortress hurriedly followed behind Father Wang. A few minutes later, they arrived outside the armed base. Wang Mang also saw that there were many women and men who were trying to charge into the army. At this time, Wang Fu stepped forward and roared, "What are you all doing?" Hearing this, the crowd that was causing trouble all stopped. At the same time, the armed members in charge of maintaining order and supervision also made way for them. After seeing Wang Fu, these women who were leading the group still had faces full of anger. "Why won't you let us leave? We are free to go wherever we want." "Exactly. What right do you have to restrict our freedom? Don't tell me you want to be a king? Why do we have to listen to you? That's right. Give us the guns and food. Even if you don't escort us to the tiny country, we'll go there ourselves." In an instant, many of the women among the troublemakers began to question him angrily. Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't interfere. After all, this was a force that Wang Fu had built up on his own. It was impossible for him to help his father manage the business all the time. At the end of the day, it was still up to his father. At the same time, seeing the faces of these troublemakers, Wang Fu was so angry that he laughed. His face turned cold. "It seems that I've been too lenient on you all these days. Then I'll tell you why. You can leave if you want. Pay me all the food, clothes, security fees, management fees, and life-saving fees for more than half a month, and I'll let you go. I don't want too much from you. Pay me 500 kilograms of food each, and you can get out of here." Hearing Wang Fu's words, these women suddenly became angry and scolded angrily. "You gave us the food, and we worked for you. Why should we pay you for the food? You should send us to the tiny country." "No, not only do you have to send us to the tiny country, but you also have to protect our safety and food on the way." Hearing this, Wang Fu's face was full of killing intent. He looked at these women and sneered. "Very well. Since you want to leave so much, of course, I'll fulfill your wish. From today onwards, all these women will be sent to the Army Chicken Division. It's a good chance to vent the anger of the people and brothers who have been suppressed. If they die, chop their stomachs." After hearing Father Wang's words, many of the people present were stunned, especially the hundreds of troublemakers. They were all dumbfounded. The next moment, these troublemakers became angry. They began to curse at Wang Fu. Many of them even tried to break out of the encirclement. Seeing these flustered and anxious troublemakers, Wang Fu immediately ordered, "Those who don't obey the arrangement will all be shot to death." Following his father's order, the armed members around him opened fire without hesitation. Under the first round of intensive gunfire, many people fell. The crowd of troublemakers who were originally rioting were all frightened. They all hugged their heads and fell to the ground in fear, completely giving up resistance. After all, they were only women. Other than shouting a few times, There was nothing else they could do. Now that they saw the same troublemakers end up like this, their attitude immediately changed from arrogance to fear. Then, under Wang Fu's order, these women were all taken away. This also made many of the people who were watching from afar feel their hair stand on end. They did not dare to have any thoughts. After all, the lesson of the past was in front of them. Naturally, they were all intimidated. From here, they could also see that this was a force related to the guardian divine beast of the country. It was also not easy to deal with. At most, it was better than the forces of the sections. At least, there was a big order. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. His father was dealing with the problem. The effect was very good. It was a complete and decisive cut of the Gordian knot. Then he saw his father start to lecture the refugees and establish his authority. Wang Mang smiled slightly. However, at this moment, Wang Mang's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned. That was because he vaguely felt the aura of a powerhouse in the distance. In the next moment, Wang Mang soared into the sky under the awe-inspiring gazes of countless people. Then, Wang Mang quickly rushed in the direction of the powerhouse's aura. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang came to the center of a city. He saw a monster whose strength was almost at the level of an earth immortal appear in front of him. It was a monster with a bull's head and a human body that was over 100 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, its eyes were red, and its face was ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, this monster whose strength was at the level of an earth immortal, it was chasing a very small and agile girl. But when it saw the little girl clearly, Wang Mang's eyes couldn't help but light up, because this little girl was the little girl of the zombie royal family that he was looking for. Chapter 419. When he saw this zombie girl, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He was just about to look for this zombie girl, but he didn't have a way to find her. But now, this girl had appeared. This simply made Wang Mang overjoyed. Sure enough, it didn't take much effort. As for why this land immortal level monster would chase after the zombie girl so crazily, Wang Mang didn't know. But through observation, Wang Mang found something unusual. That was, this land immortal level zombie girl's speed wasn't fast. Other than that, her scarlet eyes seemed to have no intelligence. It rampaged all the way, often destroying many high-rise buildings. It was simply very slow when chasing the zombie girl. One was too clumsy, the other was too agile and small. If this land immortal level bull-headed monster could be a little more normal, it wouldn't be unable to catch this zombie royal girl. However, the bull-headed monster had the aura of an earth immortal powerhouse. In the next moment, Wang Mang quickly transformed into his original body. His huge body, which was almost 300 meters long, suddenly appeared in the air, covering the sky and the sun. Especially when Wang Mang's 8 wings flapped, it was like a storm. Even many of the zombies below the city were blown away by the storm created by the flapping wings. With a flap of his wings, Wang Mang quickly arrived in front of the bull-headed monster. Then, Wang Mang directly cast a thunder spell. The terrifying power of thunder was like a thick thunder dragon, roaring out. Rumble! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The 100-meter-tall bull-headed monster was directly blasted away by Wang Mang's supernatural power. In the end, the giant bull-headed monster smashed into the ground hundreds of meters away. At the same time, the zombie royal girl, who heard the commotion, naturally saw Wang Mang. When she saw Wang Mang, the zombie girl was delighted. She obviously recognized Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang had once revealed his true form in front of her, especially after seeing Wang Mang easily send the Minotaur flying. The zombie girl couldn't help but be astonished. This was because she realized that Wang Mang's strength had become even stronger. Back then, Wang Mang wasn't this strong. But now, he could easily suppress an Earth immortal level Minotaur. This was obviously beyond her expectations. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the bull-headed giant monster that was struggling to get up seemed to have been enraged. After it got up, its scarlet eyes stared coldly at Wang Mang. Then, as if it had gone mad, it ran towards Wang Mang. Looking at this guy's clumsy appearance, Wang Mang was speechless. He had roughly tested this fellow's strength with the previous attack. This guy might be an immortal level monster. However, there was still a gap between their strength and that of a true land immortal. On this point, Wang Mang was almost certain. For example, the speed of this guy in front of him was simply too impressive. Furthermore, he had charged over in such a frenzied manner without using any divine ability or anything of the sort. It was completely like a tank with a bad temper. Its shortcomings were obvious. As for its strengths, it also had its weaknesses. It was this guy who took one of his divine abilities head on. In the end, it didn't seem to be seriously injured. At the same time, just as this guy was about to charge over, Wang Mang once again used his divine ability. Moreover, the divine ability that Wang Mang used this time wasn't an ordinary divine ability. What he used was the Wishful Bone Spur. At this moment, as Wang Mang used his divine ability, the two sharp horns on top of his head instantly flew in a circle in the sky and turned into a crescent moon. Then, as fast as lightning, it shot towards the bull-headed monster. Uffed! The horn crescent moon instantly pierced through the bull-headed monster's chest. Black blood spurted out. The bull-headed monster that was charging over instantly stopped in its tracks. In the next moment, its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then Wang Mang moved his huge body and quickly moved up. Then the 8 wings of the king python instantly retracted back into his body. At the same time, he mounted the Minotaur's body. But in the next moment, something that surprised Wang Mang happened. His huge body had just coiled around the bull-headed monster's body. As a result, the bull-headed monster actually let out a painful roar. Not only that, the bull-headed monster was still frantically struggling. F***CK, it's still not dead. For a moment, Wang Mang was stunned. This guy's heart was pierced by him. It was still not dead. This was simply beyond Wang Mang's expectations. Could it be that this guy's Achilles' heel was his head? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately changed the direction of his attack. Seeing the bull-headed monster crazily struggling, Wang Mang's huge body began to coil around it. At the same time, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and directly used the sea of flames of destruction, crazily burning the bull-headed monster. In just a short moment, the Minotaur's enormous head was burned beyond recognition by Wang Mang, its flesh and blood badly mangled. At the same time, the bull-headed monster gradually stopped struggling. It completely lost its breath. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and prepared to swallow her whole. Although this guy's body was very big, however, Wang Mang was still very confident that he would be able to swallow it. In fact, it was indeed so. It only took a few minutes. Wang Mang wrapped this guy like a fried dough twist and then swallowed it whole. To be honest, this was the first time Wang Mang ate a land immortal. Last time, he only ate a land immortal egg. He didn't know that this land immortal was a minotaur. How many evolution points could it give him? In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Devoured land, immortal level minotaur, successfully obtained 100 billion evolution points. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you wish to begin evolution? Ding. Congratulations, host. obtained a one-time teleportation portal. No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but burst with joy. He found that ever since he broke through to land immortal, although his evolution had become a lot more difficult, however, it seemed that he didn't need to completely rely on missions to increase his strength. For example, he could devour powerful targets and also obtain a huge amount of evolution points. It seemed that the system wanted to encourage him to fight more. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. But what was the use of this one-time teleportation portal? Moreover, could killing enemies also drop other things? The problem was that there wasn't any before. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, now, after killing enemies and eating them, is there a certain chance that something will drop?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face, "Yes. Host, when the host eats or kills the target, there is a chance that something good will drop, but the probability of it dropping is extremely small." Chapter 4:20. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Damn, not bad. Very good. Now, after killing or eating the enemy, not only can I get evolution points, but I can also get good things. Damn, this system was going to be heaven-defying. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a wonderful mood. At the same time, Wang Mang also asked curiously, "System, what is the use of this one-time teleportation portal?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face explanation. One-time teleportation portal. After using it, the host can freely set the teleportation location and the destination of the teleportation. After using it, the host can teleport to any place and set up a teleportation portal. The effective time is 3 days. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang was dumbfounded again. Damn, this one-time teleportation portal is actually so awesome. The only downside is that this teleportation portal is a one-time use, so the effective time won't be too long. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "System, if I want to teleport to another world, can I? For example, if I want to teleport to the world of Journey to the West, if I want to teleport to the fantasy world of novels." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face warm reminder to the host. The host can go anywhere he wants. But the teleportation portal is not static. If you teleport to a dangerous world or a world that is too powerful, the teleportation portal may become unstable and other dangerous factors. Another reminder to the host, due to the difference in the flow of time, perhaps the host will also encounter a situation where the teleportation door stops halfway through. Or if the host teleports to a world that is too far away, the host may not be able to return after the teleportation portal ends. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang suddenly realized this teleportation portal may be a good thing, but there are many unexpected factors. For example, the various factors of the system's warm reminder may happen. Therefore, Wang Mang knew that this one-time teleportation portal was indeed a good thing that was hard to come by. But he didn't dare to use it easily. Wait, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, because Wang Mang knew the use of this one-time teleportation portal. He could use it to complete the mission of transporting zombies. He directly set the location of the portal here and set the destination to Tiny Country. When the time comes, I can just throw these zombies in, and this huge amount of zombies will be teleported over, right? Wouldn't he be able to complete the mission easily? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little excited. However, this was indeed a little overkill. After all, this one-time teleportation gate was indeed a good thing. But the problem was that Wang Mang didn't dare to use it casually. Figuratively speaking, Wang Mang really used the portal. He entered the world, that he had always been curious about and wanted to go to. What would he do if he couldn't come back? Moreover, in a short period of time. This was a one-time use portal. He didn't know what else he could use it for. As for using it to escape, that was completely impossible. After all, once the teleportation gate was set up, even if he could run over, the other party could also chase after him. With this thought, Wang Mang already had an idea of the use of this teleportation gate. At this time, the little royal girl had already walked over. Her face was filled with pleasant surprise. Wow, fellow Taoist Python, you're too amazing. Not long ago, your strength hadn't reached the level of an Earth Immortal. How long has it been? Can you kill an Earth Immortal in an instant? Hearing the royal zombie girl's admiring tone, Wang Mang was extremely proud. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into his human form and then asked with a calm expression, "Little zombie, I have a question to ask you. Do you know about the zombie royal emperor?" Hearing this, the zombie royal girl couldn't help but look at Wang Mang in surprise. How do you know about the zombie royal emperor? After hearing the zombie royal girl's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He could tell just by looking at the zombie girl's expression. She definitely knew about the zombie royal emperor. Thinking of this, Wang Mang quickly asked, "It seems that you really know?" The zombie girl nodded slightly and said, "Not only do I know, but he also wants to kill me. This minotaur was sent by him to capture me." Hearing this, Wang Mang was so surprised that he was speechless. This was too much of a coincidence. At this time, the zombie royal girl gritted her teeth and said, "The reason why he wants to kill me is because he wants to obtain my bloodline. Once he obtains my bloodline, his zombie royal bloodline will become even purer. It's just that I didn't expect that in just half a month there would already be a zombie royal emperor born." Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Is there a difference in bloodline among the zombie royal family? Aren't they all royalty?" The zombie royal girl shook her head and explained, "That's not the case. That's not the case. Even the royal bloodlines of zombies have different levels. Just like among the princes, there are also princes and princes. Moreover, the strength of the bloodline is related to whether or not one can become the ruler of this world. Although the number of zombies with royal bloodline is very small, there are still many in this world. Of course, he wants to devour my bloodline to improve his bloodline. I also want to eat him, but I can't beat him." Looking at the zombie girl's cute and helpless appearance, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel happy. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mang asked, "You should be able to find him, right? If I can find him, after I'm done using him, I can help you get rid of him." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the zombie girl couldn't help but ask with joy, "Of course. He can find me, and I can find him. Are you really willing to help me get rid of that annoying guy?" Seeing the zombie girl's expectant eyes and happy appearance, Wang Mang's vanity was greatly satisfied. He looked very relaxed and said with his hands behind his back, "Of course, could it be that he's stronger than me?" Hearing this, the zombie girl was stunned and then said with uncertainty, "I don't think so. But he can control the demon beasts of the demon fetus, so he seems to be very strong. So, I'm not too sure about his strength, but he might be very strong. How about we don't go looking for trouble with him?" Seeing the zombie royal girl's worried look, Wang Mang suddenly felt very unhappy. He felt that he was insulted. Damn it, she was looking down on him. A mere emperor of the zombie royal family. How could she compete with a strong person like him? Chapter 421. To be honest, Wang Mang really didn't take this zombie emperor seriously. The only thing worth paying attention to was that this zombie emperor was actually able to control land immortal level magical beasts. But so what if he could control magical beasts? Don't forget, Wang Mang still had 2 control-type divine abilities. In terms of control, Wang Mang really didn't lose to this zombie emperor. The only thing that Wang Mang paid attention to was that this zombie emperor could control close to 10 million zombies, because Wang Mang didn't forget that the zombie emperor girl had told him, once a land immortal level zombie became a land immortal level zombie, it was no different from a high-level creature. It could even control tens of millions of zombies. If he could catch this guy and control him, then Wang Mang's mission of transporting zombies to the small country would basically be a done deal. Therefore, whether it was for the mission or for the noble monk zombie in Qingzhou, Wang Mang, basically, this zombie royal king was indispensable. Therefore, not to mention that this zombie emperor's strength might have reached the land immortal level. No matter how strong he was, Wang Mang would still kill him. Besides, his current strength was no longer what it used to be. Now that his strength had greatly increased, Wang Mang was confident that he could contend against the former local god. Therefore, Wang Mang really didn't take the little zombie emperor seriously. Lead the way. I'll go and suppress him now. Also, I'll let you have a good look at my current strength. Under the worried gaze of the zombie emperor girl, Wang Mang immediately said angrily. Seeing this scene, the zombie emperor girl hesitated for a moment before nodding obediently. All right, come with me. I'll take you to him. After saying that, the zombie emperor girl began to lead the way. Seeing this, Wang Mang naturally followed closely behind. At the same time, he secretly gritted his teeth in his heart. Wait for him to suppress the zombie emperor and queen. He was going to trample on this zombie emperor clan king. Let this little zombie girl see who was the real strong one. 2 hours later, under the leadership of the little girl from the royal family of zombies, Wang Mang arrived at a city filled with zombies. This is also your province. However, there were too many zombies here. At first glance, it seemed to have become a country of zombies. Densely packed zombies crowded the streets and alleys. It could be said that, at first glance, there were zombies everywhere. Wang Mang even estimated that there were at least 1/3 of the zombies in your province here. This number and density was definitely not less than 20 million. Other than that, this place was filled with the stench of blood. After all, with tens of millions of zombies gathered here, the smell was unimaginable. At the same time, the little zombie royal girl rushed directly toward a tall building that reached the clouds. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was shocked. Could it be that the zombie emperor was in this tall building? Soon, Wang Mang felt a terrifying aura in the building. This aura had definitely reached the level of an earth immortal. However, it wasn't too strong. At least, it gave Wang Mang an ordinary feeling. Judging from the aura, it was probably about the same strength as the black and white impermanence double demon god that he had encountered before. Although this kind of strength was extremely shocking to Wang Mang, it wasn't enough to threaten Wang Mang. However, not long after Wang Mang entered the building, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly descended from the sky. A loud bang was heard. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw that the figure that appeared looked very flashy. He was wearing an incomparably clean suit and looked gentle and refined. His fair skin gave people the feeling that he didn't look like a zombie at all. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. In front of Wang Mang, it was difficult for him to hide his zombie nature. This was just like the little girl from the royal family of zombies. Basically, there was no way to hide it from Wang Mang. I was looking for you everywhere, but you actually delivered yourself to me. At this time, this handsome zombie man in a suit looked at the little girl from the royal family of zombies with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes became even colder. Good fellow! She actually dared to ignore him like this. At this moment, although Wang Mang was expressionless on the surface, in fact, Wang Mang was already furious. At this time, the man in a suit suddenly attacked. His speed was as fast as lightning as he rushed towards the little girl from the royal family of zombies. "How dare you!" Wang Mang was immediately enraged. He immediately reverted to his original form. At the same time, the little girl from the royal family of zombies also immediately hid behind Wang Mang in a panic. At the same time, the man in a suit who was rushing over immediately stopped. He raised his head and looked at the huge Wang Mang with a tyrannical aura. His originally relaxed expression also became extremely solemn. "So, you came prepared. No wonder you dared to come here," the man in a suit said with a gloomy face. At this time, Wang Mang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. At the next moment, Wang Mang swung his huge tail and swung it towards this guy. After seeing Wang Mang's huge tail, the man in a suit immediately retreated quickly. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. This building was also violently shaking because of Wang Mang's tail. Because this space, which wasn't very big to begin with, was too cramped under Wang Mang's huge body. However, Wang Mang didn't care. Instead, he directly opened his bloody mouth and condensed a terrifying light beam. This was obviously Wang Mang condensing a supernatural power. At this moment, the man in a suit naturally saw it. After seeing this scene, the man in a suit's expression changed greatly, and he quickly flew towards the top of the building. At the same time, Wang Mang also opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying destructive laser suddenly roared out. Rumble! At the next moment, an earth-shattering noise was heard. The divine ability Wang Mang had used was extremely powerful. Suddenly, this high-rise building, from the inside to the outside, was directly blasted into pieces of rubble. Many pieces of rubble fell on Wang Mang's body, and the huge high-rise building was also turned into ruins. After swaying his body, Wang Mang easily rushed out of the ruins, and the 8 wings on his back spread out. At the next moment, Wang Mang, who was hovering proudly in the air, scanned the ruins and looked for the zombie royal king's figure. Because this guy wasn't hit by his supernatural power. At this moment, Wang Mang saw the middle-aged man's embarrassed figure appear from the ruins. At the same time, this zombie royal king roared with a ferocious face, "Damn reptile, you've angered me!" As soon as he finished speaking, this middle-aged man in a suit roared even more angrily, and his body began to rapidly expand. Then, his human body instantly exploded. Instead, what appeared in front of him was a behemoth that grew with the wind. This was a monster that was hundreds of meters tall, completely black, and stood upright. He was surrounded by black gas and looked like a devil that crawled out of hell. His appearance looked like a dragon man. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head, and his eyes were as black as a devil's. There was a huge dragon tail behind him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer. Did he really think that he could compete with him after transforming? At this point, Wang Mang directly used his supernatural power. King's Slave, Soul Control Seal, Roar. At the same time, he was roaring to the sky. He even wanted to show off in front of Wang Mang, so that he could show off his powerful zombie royal king. Suddenly, he began to hold his head in pain, and he let out a painful and angry scream. "Ah, damn it! What did you do to me?" Chapter 422. Damn it! What the hell did you do to this king? Hearing the screams of the zombie royal king, the little zombie royal girl, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked, especially when she saw the zombie royal king rolling on the ground in pain. She couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my God! How long has it been? Wang Mang's strength was so strong. He could actually beat up the zombie royal king. One must know, this was not an ordinary zombie royal king. Ever since she saw the zombie royal king, she knew that this zombie royal king must have swallowed the devil fetus. Moreover, This zombie royal king had swallowed an extremely powerful devil fetus. Otherwise, its strength would not be so strong. That was because this powerful dragonman-like form wasn't the form that a royal zombie should have at all. But even so, the zombie royal king was still easily beaten up by Wang Mang. She was so shocked that she could not speak. At the same time, looking at the zombie royal king, who was screaming on the ground, Wang Mang sneered. "Damn it! Just now you dared to pretend to be strong with me? Now try to pretend again." To be honest, Wang Mang actually had a lot of confidence in whether he could control this zombie royal king, because the zombie royal king's strength was still a little weaker than Wang Mang. Even though the gap was not big, it was definitely not small. Therefore, Wang Mang directly used the two control magics. Half an hour later, under the gaze of some apprehension in his heart, the zombie royal king, who had been screaming in pain, suddenly quieted down. Then, the zombie royal king got up from the ground. With a respectful expression, he knelt on one knee on the ground and said in a respectful tone, "King, greetings, master." Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. He knew that this was obviously a success. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was suddenly in a good mood. However, there was only one thing that made Wang Mang a little unhappy. This dog dared to call himself a king? Mother asterisk her, what am I? Thinking of this, Wang Mang said coldly, "Change your name to Godan from now on." The zombie emperor was stunned. Looking at Wang Mang's majestic eyes, he could only nod and say, "Good and greets, master." Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Come here." Hearing this, the zombie emperor walked towards Wang Mang without hesitation. In the next moment, Wang Mang directly whipped the zombie emperor with its huge tail. Bang! Along with a loud noise. There was a loud noise. The zombie emperor screamed as he was sent flying far away. Not long after, he crawled out of the ruins in a sorry state and looked at Wang Mang fearfully. "Come here quickly." Seeing this, Wang Mang shouted proudly. Only then did the zombie emperor walk forward in fear. His huge body seemed to want to keep a distance from Wang Mang. "What are you doing? You're so king far away. How am I going to hit you?" "Come closer." Wang Mang said unhappily. Majestic, the zombie emperor wanted to cry, but had no tears. He almost couldn't hold back his tears. But he still took the initiative to come closer. Then he was whipped away by Wang Mang. A few minutes later, when the zombie emperor came back, he was whipped away by Wang Mang's tail again. Half an hour later, the wounded zombie emperor came in front of Wang Mang again in fear. Wang Mang, who was about to continue his attack, saw the zombie emperor's miserable state. He thought for a while and stopped. This was because his anger had almost dissipated. Moreover, he still wanted to use this guy to help him control the zombies and teleport them to Tiny Country. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said, "Don't show off in the future, okay?" After the zombie emperor heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. How was he showing off? He wanted to show off, but he just started to show off. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Wang Mang. Who was the one who was showing off? At this time, the zombie emperor girl in the distance had already rushed up excitedly. Of course, she could see that Wang Mang had already controlled the zombie emperor. Therefore, in addition to her respect for Wang Mang, she admired him more. Then, the zombie emperor girl looked at Wang Mang expectantly and said, "Fellow giant python, help me kill him quickly. I want to absorb his bloodline." Hearing that, the zombie emperor was enraged. At the same time, he looked at Wang Mang with some fear and quickly begged, "Master, I am your most loyal servant." Wang Mang also nodded and said, "He is now my subordinate, and I still have something that I need him to do for me." Hearing this, the little daughter of the zombie royal family, Hai, immediately became unhappy. At the same time, she looked at Wang Mang with eyes full of anger. She felt that she had been deceived. Then, the zombie emperor girl snorted coldly and prepared to leave. When he saw this, Wang Mang said via voice transmission, "I'll kill him after he's done helping me, all right?" The zombie emperor girl's anger turned into joy. She turned around and replied, "You are not allowed to lie to me." Wang Mang nodded slightly and said disdainfully, "I am a man of my word. How can I be a fickle and treacherous person? I believe you." The zombie emperor girl nodded and said. Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. Then Wang Mang looked around again. In the end, Wang Mang decided to use the portal here. In any case, this place had been destroyed into a mess. It was better to teleport hundreds of millions of zombies to tiny country here. When he thought of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, use the one-time portal. The location of the portal is set here. The destination of the portal is tiny country." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. The one-time portal has been successfully used." Ding. "The portal is being constructed." Ding. "Congratulations, host. The portal has been successfully constructed." Then Wang Mang saw that there was a strange gray door not far below. This gray door was very big. It was dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. At a glance, the center of the door was pitch black, like a black hole. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was suddenly happy. He knew that this must be the portal. At this point, Wang Mang suddenly had an idea. He had already decided in his heart. There were at least 20 to 30 million zombies here. He could first teleport tens of millions of zombies over. He could take it as sending some supplies to tiny country, especially when he thought of the people of tiny country. Seeing this scene of a large number of zombies, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little excited. In the next moment, Wang Mang excitedly turned to the zombie emperor and gave an order. "Stop. Go Dan. Control these zombies now and make them all jump into the portal. Oh, there's more. Within 3 days, you have to clean up all the zombies in your province. And within these 3 days, you have to control a large number of zombies to enter the portal. The number of zombies must not be less than 100 million. It can only be more, not less. If the number of zombies you teleport is not enough, you can kill yourself to atone for your sins." Chapter 423. After listening to Wang Mang's unquestionable and cold order, the zombie emperor's body immediately trembled. Although the difficulty of this mission wasn't too high, it was definitely enough to tire him out. After all, he was only an Earth immortal level existence, even if he was the zombie emperor. However, the maximum number of zombies he could control each time was only 10 million. This meant that he had to control 10 million zombies at least 10 times and transport them into the portal. Moreover, Wang Mang's order wasn't just for him to transport hundreds of millions of zombies. He even had to clear out the zombies in your province. Moreover, he was only given 3 days. The workload of this mission was actually quite large, especially Wang Mang's last threat, which made him feel even more bitter in his heart. Although the mission was difficult, he had to complete it. Otherwise, his life and death would be completely in Wang Mang's hands. Although the Earth immortal level powerhouse wouldn't be affected much after being controlled. However, his life and death would still be in Wang Mang's hands, unless he could rapidly increase his strength and soar. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape from Wang Mang's control. Finally, under Wang Mang's indifferent gaze, the zombie emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Gooden will definitely not disappoint Master's orders." After saying that, the zombie emperor began to control the zombies at the scene. In just a moment, tens of millions of nearby zombies were controlled by him. After that, the zombie royal king began to control all the zombies in the vicinity, and they began to rush toward the portal. Wang Mang naturally saw such a spectacular scene. When he saw that the zombie emperor was actually able to control a large number of zombies and continuously jump into the portal, Wang Mang basically knew that this mission was in the bag. 2 hours later, Wang Mang saw it. This zombie emperor was actually controlling more than 20 million zombies, and all of them were pouring into the portal. Originally, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood in this city. The number of zombies was too large. Of course, the air was still filled with an overwhelming stench. The huge city was like a ruin, leaving behind a mess. Broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. Even if they wanted to clear out this city, they would have to pay a huge price. It would probably take a long time. At the same time, in a small country far away in the sea, at this moment, tiny country could be said to be filled with song and dance. That was because their tiny country was the first to clear out the zombies in the empire. Therefore, it could be said that the entire small country, whether it was the people or the higher-ups of the small country, it could be said that they held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Their faces were filled with pride and complacency. Moreover, their great country had not only cleared out the zombies, they had even begun to restore order. The islands near the sea were guarded by heavy military forces at all times. Moreover, rescue teams could be seen everywhere in the small country. They were maintaining order and cleaning up the ruins in the small country. Furthermore, with the cooperation of the people and the leaders of the small country, all the zombies in the small country had been cleared out. Now, they only needed to repair these ruins, and their small country would be the first empire to restore order and prosperity. It could be seen that many people were full of confidence in the higher-ups of the small country and were also very enthusiastic about these rescue teams. There were even many foreign people who had sneaked into the small country. After being checked, they entered the small country with joy. Such situations were not rare. That was because the small country itself had promoted the strength of their small country all over the world. Therefore, many people from all over the world who were lucky enough to escape to the small country joined the small country without hesitation. Therefore, in the past few days, it could be said that the small country had a happy occasion. The entire small country had a sense of national joy and excitement. After all, as long as they recovered their prosperity first, they would be one step ahead of the whole world. While other empires were still in the zombie apocalypse, they could quickly become stronger. At this moment, on a dock in the small country, a commercial ship slowly approached the dock. Then, under the guns of countless troops of the small country, a pair of hundreds of people who had escaped from the Dragon Nation slowly raised their hands and boarded the dock. At a glance, most of them were girls, and they were generally younger. Although they looked a little disheveled, their faces were even covered in dirt, and their hair was disheveled. But if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that they were quite good-looking. At the same time, there was a happy smile on each of their faces, because they had finally arrived in the small country. After so many hardships, they had finally arrived in the small country. At this moment, looking at the group of armed members of the small country's army, who were smiling evilly at them, not only did these Dragon Nation women not feel disgusted at all, but they also looked proud, because from this, they could see that the small country still welcomed them very much. When the time came, they would be able to easily join the small country and completely escape the sea of suffering and become a member of the small country. That was obviously what the dozens of Dragon Nation women present were thinking. At this moment, a few more commercial ships appeared at the dock one after another. Then, Many people from the Dragon Nation, Korea Nation, and Star Nation came down. Most of these people were women. Under the lead of a few mighty men, they came here. Similarly, most of them were attracted by the small country. In particular, when they saw that the armed members of the small country were very friendly to the zombie virus test, they were completely relieved. It seemed that the small country was not making false claims, but really welcoming them warmly. For a moment, most of the Dragon Nation women present could not help but praise with admiration on their faces. I knew that the small country is a powerful and great country. They are very enthusiastic about the harmony of the world and their compatriots. Yes, sisters not far away, we have traveled a long way to come here. The small country really did not disappoint us. At this time, another Chi Dragon woman with a charming face said expectantly, "Oh my God, I feel that the air here is sweet. If I had known that the small country was so good, I would have come here long ago." The difference between the small country and the small country is like the difference between hell and heaven. At this moment, a beautiful woman next to her also smiled and sighed with emotion. Fortunately, my Dragon Nation husband and his whole family are now dead in the mouth of zombies. Now, I can join Tiny Country without any worries and marry a man from Tiny Country. While the crowd was talking, a woman looked at the sky in confusion and asked blankly, Sisters, look! Sisters, look! Why do there seem to be so many black holes in the sky?" Chapter 4:24. After hearing this woman's words, many of the women present were puzzled. These women who were preparing to join the Tiny Country also looked up at the sky. They saw that a series of hole-like black holes suddenly appeared in the sky, as if the sky was leaking. Not only that, but there were also fierce storms coming from these huge black holes. Everyone present, including the armed members of the Tiny Country, had a puzzled look on their faces. In fact, it was not only them. It could even be said that at this moment, many of the citizens of the Tiny Country, as well as everyone else, looked up in confusion. This was because this black hole was not just one, but many black holes that appeared in the sky. However, the positions of the black holes did not have any fixed pattern. However, this rare and strange scene naturally caused many of the citizens of the Tiny Country to discuss spiritedly, "Oh my God, how could this be? Why would a black hole appear in the sky? Yes, is our great Tiny Country about to have an alien appear? Oh my God, what's going on? Is the sky going to collapse? Nanny, could it be that the heavens are punishing us? Bakiaro, how is this possible? It must be the heavens who are giving us a reward." For a moment, many citizens of the Tiny Country could not help but discuss passionately. Among these people, there were those who were worried, and naturally there were those who were puzzled. There were all kinds of thoughts. However, there was no doubt that the scene that appeared in the sky above their heads had caused many citizens of the Tiny Country to fall into panic. Similarly, even the higher-ups of the Tiny Country fell into confusion when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, on a majestic tall building in the Tiny Country, the Tiny Country's Tian Huang was looking at the sky, his face full of confusion. At the same time, the group of ministers around him were also confused by what was happening. What do you think is going on? At this moment, the Tiny Country's Tian Huang looked at his ministers and asked with a frown. Hearing this, the ministers looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seeing this, the Tiny Country's Tian Huang was instantly enraged, and his gaze became even sharper. "Tell me all your guesses." Hearing this, after hesitating for a moment, one of the ministers said, "Your Majesty, this is very likely a good omen from the heavens." A good omen from the heavens? The Tiny Country's Tian Huang looked at his ministers with a face full of confusion and said to himself with some uncertainty. Seeing this, the other ministers also laughed and said, "Your Majesty, this must be a good omen. Otherwise, why is it that there are no black holes in other places, but only in our tiny country?" That's right. Huang Tian Huang was definitely a sign of good fortune. This is a sign that our tiny country is about to prosper. Hearing the confident tone of the ministers, Tian Huang, who had been confused, smiled and said, "Yes. Yoshi, it seems that God has already seen that our great little country can save the world." Seeing that Tian Huang was all smiles, the ministers all smiled and started to flatter him. "Your Majesty, Tian Huang, it must be your ability to govern the empire that has moved the heavens." "Yes, it must be a blessing from the heavens that caused the black hole to appear. Long live tiny country. Long live His Majesty Tian Huang. God bless our tiny country." "Your Majesty Tian Huang, there's an old saying in China, a wise ruler of the empire." "Your Majesty Tian Huang, your talent is comparable to the ancient Chidragon's raw bird fish soup." Seeing the flattery of his ministers, Tian Huang couldn't help but feel smug. The wise rulers of Chi-Dragon. Raw bird fish soup. Even the emperor of a tiny country like him had heard of it. Therefore, when he heard his subordinates compare him to the wise rulers of Chidragon's ancient times, raw bird fish soup, he was even more pleased. But at this moment, Tian Huang suddenly saw something fall out of the black hole in the sky. After coming back to his senses, Tian Huang hurriedly exclaimed in joy, "Something seems to have fallen out of the black hole. It must be a reward from the heavens for our tiny country. Quickly go and bring it back for me." Hearing this, the ministers were all stunned. Then they were overjoyed. "Yes, Your Majesty Tian Huang, we will bring back the reward from the heavens and present it to Your Majesty." After saying that, the group of officials rushed out one after another as if they were asking for credit. But at this moment, looking at the things falling out of the black hole, Tian Huang couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. His originally happy and excited face couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Wasn't the number of things that had fallen a little too much? Could it be that the heavens had rewarded their tiny country with a lot of things? But soon, Tian Huang of the tiny country realized that something was wrong when he heard the faint screams in the distance. Tian Huang of the tiny country hurriedly ordered his men to take out binoculars. But just as he was about to use the binoculars to take a look, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. In the next moment, countless armed soldiers of the tiny country rushed in, their faces full of panic. "What's going on with you?" Seeing this scene, Tian Huang of the tiny country, who was very puzzled, couldn't help but scold. "Idiot! What's the point of being so flustered?" Hearing this, the tiny country's army that rushed in couldn't help but say in horror, "Your Majesty, zombies are falling from the sky. Zombies are falling from the sky. A large number of zombies have appeared from the black hole in the sky. There are a lot of them." "Your Majesty Tian Huang, please give the order. There are too many zombies falling from the sky, and they're still descending crazily. Now that we've just restored order in our tiny country, it's already like purgatory on Earth." When he heard the words of the tiny country's soldiers, Tian Huang of the tiny country was even more shocked. He couldn't help but feel weak all over. His face was pale as he collapsed to the ground. He roared in horror. "What did you say?" "A large number of zombies have appeared from these black holes. If you dare to lie to Ben Huang will execute all of you." However, the soldiers of the small country, who were present, still repeated what had happened with pale faces. After hearing this, Tian Huang of the tiny country, who still didn't believe it, went to the balcony and looked with binoculars. When he saw a group of people of the tiny country screaming in horror, being chased by zombies, and being eaten by zombies, Tian Huang of the tiny country finally couldn't help but roar in despair. Idiot! Why is it like this? The heavens should reward our tiny country. Why are zombies falling from the sky on our tiny country? Unfortunately, no matter how much Tian Huang of the tiny country roared, it was still useless, because at this moment, the number of zombies in the tiny country was still rising crazily. The countless black holes in the sky seemed to have an endless number of zombies, because densely packed zombies were constantly rushing out of the black holes. Chapter 4:25. Why is it like this? No, it can't be like this. Ah, why are you doing this to me? I just came to tiny country. Why are there zombies falling from the sky? There are too many. There are too many zombies. We're finished. At this moment, hundreds of Dragon Nation women who had just entered tiny country couldn't help but feel terrified and desperate when they saw the large number of zombies running around in the distant city. They really couldn't understand why they had gone through so much to come to tiny country. But on the same day, a large number of zombies appeared in tiny country, even the tiny country that they thought was incomparably beautiful. At this moment, under the sweep of countless zombies, it was once again like purgatory on Earth. Zombies could be seen everywhere. Shrill screams filled the sky. People from tiny country could be seen everywhere, being swarmed and devoured by zombies. Moreover, this large number of zombies was also crazily spreading in the cities of tiny country. However, this was only the beginning, because in the next 2 days, there were black holes everywhere in the sky, constantly teleporting out a large number of zombies. This made the small country, which was already like hell, even worse. Under the huge number of zombies, it became even more desperate. Even in the end, the small country had already invited their country's guardian beast, Orochi, to personally appear to suppress the situation. But there were still too many zombies. Moreover, even if Orochi was very powerful, he couldn't destroy the entire tiny country, right? Thus, Yamada no Orochi was in the same situation as Wang Mang, because this was not a problem that could be solved by force. On the contrary, it required a large number of members to clean up the zombies together, and it would take a lot of time. Therefore, even if Orochi had the strength of an Earth Immortal, or even stronger than an Earth Immortal, but in the face of the current situation, he was at a loss and couldn't deal with it at all. Unless he killed the surviving people as well. In that case, it would be easy for him to destroy a small country the size of a province. Unfortunately, Orochi obviously wouldn't do that. If tiny country was destroyed, what kind of divine beast would it be? Because of this, in the next 2 days, tiny country became more and more chaotic. There were also more and more zombies. Although Orochi could stop a few of the zombies that came out of the black holes, it could even destroy these zombies as soon as they appeared. However, the problem was that there were simply too many black holes. It was as if a house was leaking. It wasn't just one spot that was leaking, but the entire roof was leaking. Yamada no Orochi, on the other hand, was like a house that could catch the zombies coming out of the black holes. However, there were too many black holes in tiny country. Zombies would appear in every black hole. It was like the zombies that came out of a black hole. It was afraid that the zombies would not be evenly distributed, so it directly took care of the entire small country. At the same time, the small country was once again faced with a massive wave of zombies. On the other side, in Guizhou province, at this moment, a miraculous scene occurred in Guizhou province. The number of zombies in Guizhou province had decreased significantly. In the past, zombies could be seen everywhere, or even in huge numbers. In that case, the number of zombies in your province would have disappeared. In many cities, there were ruins everywhere, but the zombies were nowhere to be seen. Of course, it was impossible for the zombies to disappear on their own. On the contrary, these zombies were all sent away by the zombie emperor through the portal. Right now, the zombies in this tiny country were running rampant. It could even be said that the zombies had formed a tide. Among them, most of the zombies were the original zombies of Guizhou province. Other than that, there were the zombies that were transported from the neighboring provinces. At this moment, in the city where the zombies were transported, at the top of a tall building, Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and quietly watched the zombie emperor, who was controlling a large number of zombies, to enter the portal. He couldn't help but laugh, because under the supervision of Wang Mang, the zombie emperor, the number of zombies transported by the zombie emperor should have reached hundreds of millions. Moreover, it had only been 2 days. It had to be said that the zombie emperor's work efficiency was still very high. Wang Mang couldn't deny this. When the zombie emperor sent the last few batches of zombies into the portal, Wang Mang knew that the number of zombies transported by the zombie emperor was definitely over 100 million. In the next moment, in Wang Mang's mind, the system's familiar voice sounded frowny-faced. Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the mission. Successfully transported 120 million zombies to tiny country. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 2 free evolution opportunities. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the best quality blind box X2. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained diamond treasure chest X2. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a random draw opportunity X1. Ding. Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. He himself was enough to evolve once. Now, he had obtained so many good things. Obviously, these equipment were enough for him to evolve twice. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood was indescribably good. This mission was too easy. All right, if this mission didn't have the portal and the zombie emperor, if Wang Mang wanted to complete the mission, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. Therefore, all of these were completely coincidental, and they were put together by chance. Therefore, he was able to complete the mission so easily. Right at this moment, the zombie emperor, however, flew in front of Wang Mang and said with a fawning smile, "You're right. Master, Gooden has successfully completed the mission. No less than 100 million zombies have been transported into the portal. In addition, Gooden has successfully cleared out the zombies in your province." After saying that, the zombie emperor looked at Wang Mang with a face full of anticipation. He really wanted to know the reward for completing the mission so well. What reward would Wang Mang, the master, give him? Thinking of this, the zombie emperor couldn't help but fantasize. His greatest desire was, of course, to be free, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Similarly, he didn't dare to think about being free. He could only be extravagant. It would be good if there were other rewards. Looking at Gooden's fawning smile, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little helpless in his heart. This was a very good, very obedient servant. If it wasn't for the mission, Wang Mang really didn't mind staying and being his lackey. However, when he chose the mission, Wang Mang didn't think of letting him go. Therefore, it was destined that the zombie emperor would not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's face was full of smiles. He waved his hand enthusiastically and said, "Gooden, come here. I want to reward you well." Chapter 426. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the zombie royal king quickly squeezed out a smile and came forward to please him. But what the zombie royal king didn't know was that the zombie royal girl not far away was looking at him as if looking at a dead person, because the zombie royal girl knew that Wang Mang was definitely not a good person. Sure enough, at this time, Wang Mang patted the zombie royal king's shoulder and said earnestly, "Go, Dan. Master still has a big matter for you to complete. But this task may be fatal. Are you willing to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire for me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the zombie royal king suddenly felt bitter in his heart. "Damn it, I just helped you complete a task. But you don't give me a reward, and you want me to risk my life? Damn it, even modern capitalists don't exploit like this, right?" Of course, this was the zombie royal king's thought. Seeing Wang Mang's expectant eyes, the zombie royal king immediately braced himself and said, "Master, Godan will definitely not let you down." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, I'll fulfill your wish right now." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Mang silently said to the zombie royal king, "Erase consciousness." In the next moment, the zombie royal king trembled all over, then slowly raised his head to look at Wang Mang. His eyes were full of confusion, and he tried his best to ask, "Master, why do you still want to kill me?" Then, the zombie royal king directly fell to the ground below with a plop. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The zombie royal king, who had already turned into his dragon-man form, smashed a huge pit in the ground. His huge corpse fell into the huge pit, and there was no sign of life at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart ached, and he couldn't help but pretend to be sad, and said, "Go, Dan. My heart hurts when you die, like the pain of a broken arm." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded in Wang Mang's mind, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations. Host successfully completed the task. Ding. Congratulations. Host obtained 100 billion evolution points. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you've obtained a top-grade blind box, X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a designated lucky draw opportunity X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host, diamond treasure chest X1. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolving?" After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang, who was still immersed in grief, suddenly changed his mind. His mood finally improved a lot. He had no other choice. The main reason was that this guy was too weak, but killing Godan was the reward for the mission. Also, Eggface was a land immortal, so he received quite a lot of rewards. Therefore, Wang Mang could only reluctantly part with it. At the same time, seeing that Wang Mang was putting on an act, the little royal girl couldn't help but be speechless. Originally, she was full of admiration for Wang Mang. But ever since she understood Wang Mang, she began to despise Wang Mang. Because in her eyes, Wang Mang was simply not one of those great heroes who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. On the contrary, he was a bit of a sinister villain. However, when she saw the corpse of the zombie Emperor King, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up, and then she rushed forward with a happy face. At the same time, this scene also fell into Wang Mang's eyes. Wang Mang, who was still sad about losing Godan, couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, Wang Mang descended from the sky and appeared beside Godan's corpse. After all, this Godan was still his subordinate. How could he easily hand it over to others to deal with? As the master, he had the most right to deal with the corpse of his subordinate. After seeing Wang Mang, the little zombie royal girl was somewhat surprised and puzzled. She asked, "Didn't you promise me? As long as you're done using him, you'll kill him and hand him over to me." Hearing that, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. "When did I say that? I did say that I'll kill Godan, but I didn't say that I'll hand him over to you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the little zombie royal girl was immediately enraged. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Mang angrily. You lied to me again. When did I lie to you?" Wang Mang was speechless. He did say that after using Godan, he would kill Godan, but he didn't say that after killing Godan, he would hand him over to the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was so angry that her face was pale, and her whole body was trembling. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Mang angrily, and she gritted her teeth. "I'll never believe you again." After saying that, she turned around angrily and was about to leave. She was really angry at Wang Mang's shamelessness. Seeing that, Wang Mang quickly shouted, "Don't you want his bloodline? Just do it, and it's done. But as for the corpse, I definitely can't give it to you. Besides, can you even eat such a big corpse?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the little girl nodded seriously and said, "I can eat it. I can also transform, although I can't transform into a dragonoid. Can you give it to me to eat?" Wang Mang was astonished when he heard that. "Io, you can really eat it? Forget about it. He's my subordinate. It's good enough that I can draw his blood and give you a bloodline. Besides, although he's only been my subordinate for 2 days as his master, I have to take care of his corpse." Seeing Wang Mang's hypocritical look, the little girl looked at Wang Mang mockingly, and then turned into a pitch-black monster. But when he saw the monster that the little girl turned into, Wang Mang was stunned, because the appearance of her transformation was very similar to a movie that Wang Mang had seen before. This movie was Venom. Yes, this guy's transformation was very similar to Venom. It looked equally ferocious and terrifying, and the murderous aura around it was even stronger. Then Wang Mang saw a scene that surprised him. The little girl's black hand turned into a sharp claw. Then her hand easily pierced into the zombie emperor's chest. After a while, a heart wrapped in black mucus was pulled out by her. Then, under Wang Mang's surprised gaze, the heart, which was covered in black mucus, was eaten by the little zombie royal girl. After eating the heart, the little zombie royal girl nodded in satisfaction and ran off into the distance. Not long after, the little girl's voice came from afar. "See you later. Oh no, see you never." Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was speechless. Damn it! She ran away after eating it? She didn't even know how to say thank you. She was still a zombie emperor. She was simply too rude. Wang Mang secretly shook his head. Thinking that the other party had once provided him with help, he was too lazy to argue with her. Then, Wang Mang's gaze fell on the huge corpse in front of him. In the next moment, Wang Mang couldn't wait to transform into his huge body. At the same time, his huge body quickly wrapped around the corpse of the zombie emperor. Then Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the zombie emperor into his stomach. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations to the host, devouring the land god-level zombie emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtained 120 billion evolution points. Ding. Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution?" Chapter 4:27. No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. For a moment, even the sadness of losing his subordinates was swept away. That was because the rewards he had accumulated for completing the 2 missions, as well as the other rewards, were too much. Wang Mang even predicted that the accumulation of the rewards this time might be enough for him to evolve 4 or 5 times. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't be more excited. Damn it, this time, his strength would definitely soar by a lot. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He didn't expect that ever since his strength soared to the land immortal level, the speed at which he increased his strength began to increase once again. In the past, before his strength reached the land immortal level, his strength was increasing at an extremely slow rate. Especially when he was close to the land immortal level, it was unbelievably slow. Fortunately, the speed at which his strength soared was getting faster and faster. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang couldn't wait to find a place to increase his strength. With that thought, Wang Mang transformed into his original form with 8 wings on his back, and his huge body soared into the sky. At this moment, before Wang Mang increased his strength, he also had to convey this news to his father. A few minutes later, Wang Mang arrived at his father's armed base. Similarly, he told his father the news of the zombies in your province being cleared. After hearing this news, his father was even more ecstatic. Great, great. Son, father will bring people to clear out all the zombies in your province. After that, his father ignored Wang Mang. He immediately ran out of the fortress and began to organize the members to take action. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was also a little speechless, but he didn't care. It just so happened that his father was busy, and so was he. It was a good time to increase his strength. After his father left, Wang Mang also left the fortress, transformed into his huge body, and soared into the sky. In less than half an hour, Wang Mang had already arrived at his family's reservoir. Wang Mang, who had transformed into his human form, quickly arrived outside the mansion with his hands behind his back. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that, the 2 great demons guarding the cave abode were not present. From Wang Mang's point of view, these 2 fellows probably went to increase their strength. After all, Wang Mang came back more frequently now, and he would be back in a few days. Compared to the past, he would often go on long trips, but it was completely different now. Of course, even if there were no demons guarding Wang Mang's cave abode, the entire forest was filled with his tyrannical aura. From Wang Mang's point of view, no ordinary person would dare to step into his territory. Therefore, after entering the cave, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, prepared to organize his recent gains. This was because he had gained too much recently. He didn't even know how much he had accumulated. In the next moment, Wang Mang said joyfully in his heart, "System, open your personal information." Then, his personal information immediately appeared before his eyes. Host, Wang Mang identity, 5 mountain god type, 8-winged 3-headed python cultivation, 9,300 years, earth immortal, body 284 meters long, 16 meters wide, 30 million kilograms weight, 30 million kilograms bite force, 200 kilometers per hour. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven flight, earth escape, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, 1 step in the world, 10,000 changes. Space, information detection, immortal plate X1, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, mesmerizing fragrance X1, best quality blind box X3, designated lottery chance X1, diamond treasure chest X3, random lottery chance X1, free chance to evolve X2. Luck 299, flood of fortune. Evolution points 410 billion / 180 billion current ranking. World's strongest ranking 16. Changes may occur at any time. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the evolution points he accumulated this time were more abundant than he had imagined. Just the evolution points alone were enough for him to evolve twice. This did not include the 2 free chances to evolve. There were also a lot of treasure chests, blind boxes, and lottery chances. It could be said that if Wang Mang really wanted to evolve 5 times in a row, the possibility was set in stone. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart was filled with joy. If he evolved 5 times in a row, his strength would definitely increase crazily. After all, once he evolved 5 times in a row, his cultivation would reach 9,800 years. This kind of strength would be comparable to the Lord of the 18 layers of hell. At that time, The Lord of Hell would definitely not be his opponent. After all, if they were at the same cultivation level, Wang Mang would completely crush them. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but look forward to it. The only thing that surprised Wang Mang was that, if he wanted to evolve 5 times in a row, his template would need to be changed. This was because the speed at which he increased his strength was too fast. Of course, Wang Mang was not in a hurry to change his template. This was because he still had a lottery chance. It could be said that he did not need to worry about the template. On the other hand, Wang Mang felt that he should open all the good things. At that time, once he accumulated enough evolution points and obtained a template, he could evolve 5 times in a row and increase his strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Mang could not help but feel happy. Then, Wang Mang fell into a dilemma. Oh my God! What should I open first? Top quality blind box or diamond treasure chest? Oh my God! The more Wang Mang thought about it, the more confused he became. Then, Wang Mang decided to open the diamond treasure chest first. With this thought, Wang Mang joyfully muttered in his heart, "System, open the diamond treasure chest." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 10 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a hollowed-out thong." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a bottle of 6 Gods Floral Dew." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a black D-cup bra." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained an automatic razor." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 30 billion evolution points." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's gloomy mood finally became happy. Originally, he thought that he would definitely lose money from opening the diamond treasure chest. After all, he had given some trash. Luckily, he received 30 billion evolution points in the end. In other words, he did not lose money from opening the diamond treasure chest. On the contrary, opening a diamond treasure chest with 40 billion evolution points was already very good. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but say in his heart, "System, open another diamond treasure chest for me." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a box of birth control pills." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of sexy clothes." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a super telescope." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a box of drinks and 6 nuclear bombs." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 50 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a special prison soap." Chapter 4:28. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Although he had obtained 50 billion evolution points, it could be considered a profit. However, this diamond treasure chest was too melodramatic. What kind of things did it give? 6 nuclear bombs? Prison version of soap? Who the hell wants to pick up soap in prison? There was also a huge mess. Wang Mang was speechless. Luckily, he had obtained 50 billion evolution points. Otherwise, Wang Mang really had the urge to hug his head and cry. Naturally, according to his previous experience of opening the diamond treasure chest, his luck was quite good. 2 diamond treasure chests, and he had obtained 90 billion evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang prepared to continue working hard. It would be great if he could open another diamond treasure chest and obtain another 50 billion evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, open the diamond treasure chest again." In the next moment, the system's voice rang again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Yunnan buyout toothpaste. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained internet celebrity Sister Fang's underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Xiao by Luo's sexy underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Dai de May's sexy underwear. Ding. Item host. Obtained T. Lowly JK's underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Annie's pickled pepper chicken feet. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. What the fuck? What the fuck? There was not a single evolution point. I must have opened a F** king fake treasure chest. To tell the truth, the diamond treasure chest did not give him a single evolution point. Wang Mang felt that it was inconceivable. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation. Moreover, the things that he had opened made Wang Mang unable to look straight at them. What the F*** are they driving? It was all underwear. What use did he have for these underwear? For a moment, Wang Mang did not know what to say. This was too F** king melodramatic. This diamond treasure chest was the trashiest treasure chest Wang Mang had ever opened. There was no other. All of them were trash. Damn it. This had broken Wang Mang's understanding of the diamond treasure chest. Under the gloominess, Wang Mang took a long time to recover. Then Wang Mang gritted his teeth. System. Open the blind treasure chest. It was clear that Wang Mang was not in a good mood after obtaining only 90 billion evolution points from 3 diamond chests. In the next moment, the system's voice rang. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the blind treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of underwear from the Dragon Nation's female star surnamed Yang. Hearing the system's first reward, Wang Mang could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Damn it! This blind treasure chest wouldn't continue the underwear series, right? In truth, Wang Mang was a bit panicked. At the same time, Wang Mang was about to collapse. He could only pray that the system would not continue with the underwear series. His blind treasure chest should not be wasted like this. After all, he had obtained these boxes through hard work from completing missions. At this time, the system's voice rang for the second time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a pure chastity belt. Damn it. Again. Damn it. I was just talking about the underwear series. Now it's changing to something else? For a moment, Wang Mang could not help but curse in his heart. He even had a premonition that this blind treasure chest would also lose everything, right? Just as Wang Mang was feeling incomparably apprehensive, another minute passed. The system's voice rang for the third time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a fitness hula hoop. Damn it. After listening to the third reward, Wang Mang's heart was once again broken. This was because this blind treasure chest had already given out trash 3 times. If the last 3 rewards were still like this, Wang Mang's blind treasure chest would really be wasted. No, it wouldn't even be considered wasted. Instead, he was filled with anger. At this time, the system's voice rang for the 4th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 10 billion evolution points. After hearing the 4th reward, Wang Mang secretly let out a sigh of relief. In the past, Wang Mang would definitely not be satisfied with 10 billion evolution points. However, it was different now. At least Wang Mang knew this blind treasure chest would not be completely wasted. At the same time, it gave Wang Mang some hope. As Wang Mang waited, the system's voice rang for the 5th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. obtained 40 billion evolution points. After hearing this, Wang Mang truly let out a sigh of relief. This blind treasure chest had already given him 50 billion evolution points. This should be considered a profit. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood turned from gloomy to sunny. Another minute passed. The system's voice rang for the 6th time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 50 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang become completely happy. Not bad. Not bad at all. A blind treasure chest had given him 100 billion evolution points. What was there to be dissatisfied with? It could be said that Wang Mang did not suffer a loss from this blind treasure chest. On the contrary, he had thoroughly profited. At this point, Wang Mang's depression from opening the diamond treasure chest was swept away. Right now, he had accumulated 600 billion evolution points. According to Wang Mang's guess, this evolution point might not be long before it was replaced by a new energy unit. However, Wang Mang did not care about this. This was something that the system should worry about. He did not need to worry about it at all. Anyways, Wang Mang's daily routine was to increase his strength, become stronger, and become stronger. Thinking about this, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, decided to continue opening the blind treasure chest. This was because 600 billion evolution points was still not enough for Wang Mang to evolve 3 times. Thus, if he wanted to evolve 3 times, he would need at least 600 billion evolution points. Then, Wang Mang said without hesitation, "System, open the blind treasure chest again." In the next moment, the system's voice rang. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the blind treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a box of rainbow candy. Hearing the system's first announcement, Wang Mang was speechless. Although he was a bit depressed, after the previous blind treasure chest, Wang Mang was still able to remain calm. At this time, the system's voice rang again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtain a clam air conditioner. Num. The system was so considerate. It was summer, and it even gave him an air conditioner. Wang Mang, who was speechless, only wanted to say to the system, "I want to curse, but I don't know if I should say it." Of course, in order to prevent the system from maliciously deducting his evolution points, Wang Mang was only thinking about it in his heart. At this time, the system's voice rang for the 3rd time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained Chapter 429. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a melodramatic urban romance novel. Damn. System, I think you're quite melodramatic. This is the 3rd time it's been given out. And it's even a top-grade blind box. Damn it. Look at what you've gotten. Fine. Actually, Wang Mang was just grumbling in his heart. After a minute, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 20 billion evolution points. After listening to the 4th time, Wang Mang finally felt a bit comforted. Although the evolution points were not much, it meant that he would not lose as much as the diamond treasure chest. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a course of AIDS-blocking medicine. Love your sister. I've been single for so long. System, please be a human. Can't you give me something normal? To be honest, Wang Mang was helpless. He was about to be defeated by the system's crazy operation. First, it was the underwear series. Now it's even medicine. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, Wang Mang felt that all the condoms, silicone dolls, and sexy underwear that he had obtained for such a long time were just too much. With all these things added together, it would be enough for him to open an adult store just when Wang Mang was feeling depressed. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 30 billion evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang felt a lot better. Although this top-grade blind box did not have as much as the previous one, it still gave him 50 billion evolution points. However, it allowed him to obtain 50 billion evolution points. Overall, he did not suffer too much of a loss. Moreover, he had accumulated 650 billion evolution points. Logically speaking, 3 evolutions should be enough. However, after thinking about it, he opened 2 blind boxes. He might as well open the last one. With that thought, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the last top-grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully activated the top-grade blind box." "Ding! Congratulations! Host obtained a Porsche 918. "Sure. Very good. They actually gave him a sports car." What else could Wang Mang say? He only wanted to exhale. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 2nd time. "Ding! Congratulations! Host obtained a McLaren P1. What a guy! System, are you going to give me another sports car series? The problem is that I am a snake. What's the point of giving me a sports car? Moreover, the world was in chaos now. Don't tell me you want me to drive a sports car to the city to flirt with girls?" At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host, you received a Lamborghini." Although he was mentally prepared, Wang Mang still felt very angry. This was the 3rd time the system had given out a prize. In the end, it really gave him a sports car series. It could be said that Wang Mang even had the heart to die. 1 minute later, Wang Mang's gloomy mood passed. At the same time, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. "Ding! Congratulations, host, 30 billion evolution points." Not bad. Not bad at all. Finally, I got an evolution point. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. The previous 3 prizes almost made him explode in anger. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host obtained 20 billion evolution points." Nice. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly let out a sigh of relief. This way, the top-grade blind box could be considered a profit. As for the last prize, even if it was trash, it was not important. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became more relaxed. Not long after, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host obtained a one-time mission free whore card." Note, after using the one-time mission free whore card, you can whore any mission you choose for free. In a situation where the mission is difficult to complete, after using the free whore card, the mission will be considered completed. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Damn! Finally, something good came out of it. This one-time mission free whore card. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang knew that it was something good. He did not need to complete the mission, or if he encountered a difficult mission, he could use it to complete the mission for free. This was simply too awesome. If he encountered a difficult mission next time, he could not complete it. If he coveted the huge amount of rewards, he could directly use the free whore card to complete the mission for free. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became even more excited. This was a good thing. It was definitely a good thing. It was even more awesome than the designated lottery chance. In short, it was extremely awesome. It was something that Wang Mang wanted, especially when he thought about it. If he had such a free whore card in the past, his strength would have increased by leaps and bounds. It must be known that Wang Mang had encountered a mission in the past that allowed him to evolve 99 times for free. If Wang Mang had such a free-hor card at that time, he would have soared. Sigh, how great would it have been if you had given me one earlier? I would not have to work so hard to complete missions. No, how good would it be if I could whore for free forever? Thinking about this, Wang Mang sighed with emotion, but his mood became even better. This top-quality blind box was not a loss at all. It could even be said that it was the most awesome of the 3 top-quality blind boxes, not for anything else. It was because of this free-hor card. It was worth at least 100 billion evolution points. It could only be high. Thus, Wang Mang's mood was naturally a lot better, especially when he thought about how his evolution points might have reached 700 billion. Wang Mang could not help but feel excited. Should he open more things and accumulate 1 trillion evolution points? This idea suddenly popped up in his mind. However, Wang Mang also remembered that he seemed to have finished opening all the items. There were only 2 random draws left. Thinking about this, Wang Mang hesitated for a bit and decided to give it a try. Since there were only a few chances left, Wang Mang did not think that he would be able to get anything good. Furthermore, his evolution points had already reached 3 chances to evolve. This time, he would definitely be able to evolve 5 times in a row. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, use the random lottery." Then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the random lottery." Then, a lucky compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. When he saw the prizes on the lucky compass, Wang Mang could not help but be stunned. This was because the 9 prizes were 900 billion evolution points, 800 billion evolution points, 100 billion evolution points, 1-time mission free Hor card X1, 3-rank ranker summon card, random pet, lottery card X1, 5-rank ranker summon card, for rank ranker summon card, random ranker summon card. Chapter 430. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so shocked, because the 9 prizes were guaranteed to be worth at least 100 billion evolution points. Could it be that it had been too long since he used the random lottery? So the system directly arranged a wave of good things for him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be excited, especially when Wang Mang saw the summoning card under the rank 5 powerhouse. His eyes almost popped out. Summoning card under the rank 5 powerhouse. What kind of concept was this? The current demon, Lord Chonglu, was only at the peak of rank 4. If there was a summoning card under the rank 5 powerhouse, wouldn't it be able to directly summon a rank 5 powerhouse? Wang Mang felt that he could be invincible, because the starting point of a rank 5 powerhouse was Daluo, the mythical Daluo. What was a Daluo? It was a Daluo golden immortal. Damn it, in the mythical legends, reaching Daluo was immortal, transcending time and space. It was really jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements, although he didn't know how powerful it was. But a rank 5 powerhouse was really terrifying. Wang Mang knew this. After all, a rank 4 powerhouse could already create a world. Not to mention how powerful a rank 5 powerhouse was. It was estimated that it was at least a cow standing upside down. Similarly, other than this thing, there were really a lot of good things. Free Hor card, summoning card under the rank 3 powerhouse, and a huge amount of evolution points. It could be said that the rewards of this random lottery were simply very high. This also made Wang Mang, who didn't care about this random lottery, start to look forward to it. Not long after, the lucky compass started to spin quickly. Similarly, Wang Mang also started to look forward to it. After all, there were indeed a lot of good things. 1 minute later, the lucky compass that was spinning at high speed slowed down. Then, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 100 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was also very helpless. Damn it, this random lottery. It really gave him the most rubbish one. It was no exaggeration to say that he was greatly disappointed. However, fortunately, this was a random lottery. Wang Mang didn't suffer too much of a loss. On the contrary, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a huge profit. This was because he had obtained a lot of evolution points this time. Every prize was of a higher quality than the previous random draws. Forget it. 100 billion evolution points was not bad. Wang Mang comforted himself. After all, the lucky draw had already ended. What else could Wang Mang say? Alas! If I had known earlier, I would have kept the one-time designated prize card. Next time, when I get something good, I must save it for the best time to use it. Wang Mang couldn't help but mutter to himself in his heart. However, his evolution points had reached 800 billion. Wang Mang was in a very good mood. This was probably the first time he had accumulated so many evolution points. 800 billion evolution points might not be enough for 4 evolutions. However, 3 evolutions were more than enough. But don't forget, he still had 2 free evolution opportunities. In other words, even if Wang Mang evolved 5 times in a row, he would still have a lot of evolution points left. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but want to evolve. He even wanted to evolve immediately. However, Wang Mang knew that if he wanted to evolve 5 times in a row, he still had to pass a hurdle. That was to obtain a new template. If there was no new template, Wang Mang's current template had an upper limit of 300 meters. However, the problem was that Wang Mang was already 280 meters long. If he evolved 5 times in a row, the current template was not enough. Thinking of this, Wang Mang knew he had to draw a new template. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was also looking forward to the new template. What would his new template be like? Although Wang Mang felt that the template in front of him was not bad. However, if he used the same template for a long time, he would feel bored. Moreover, as his strength increased, his template would definitely be changed. At the same time, his physical appearance was constantly changing with each evolution, especially the most intuitive changes brought by each new template. That was his appearance, body shape, and magical powers. Subsequently, Wang Mang couldn't help but say in his heart, "System, use the designated lottery chance. Designate the lottery direction. Template." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully used template. Subsequently, in Wang Mang's mind, a lucky compass appeared again. When he saw the 9 prizes on the lucky compass, Wang Mang couldn't help but be happy. This was because the 9 prizes were as follows: frowny face template, 9-clawed golden dragon, template, 8-winged black dragon, template, starry sky python, template, ancient hell python, template, 5 elements true dragon, template, 9-colored glass python, template, 8-winged demon dragon, template, universe void python, template, primal chaos thousand snake ancestor. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so happy after looking at the lucky compass, because the template this time, all 9 prizes were templates. However, what made Wang Mang a little conflicted was, which of these 9 templates was better? To be honest, in the past, Wang Mang could still rely on the things he had obtained to determine whether it was good or bad. However, templates were really hard to determine. You said that the Python's template was not good. Just listen to how awesome the template's name was. Just as Wang Mang was conflicted, the lucky compass in his mind began to spin rapidly. At this time, Wang Mang was extremely nervous. Right now, he only hoped that he could draw a template that was a little more powerful and awesome. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, this template would probably take some time. In addition, it wasn't that Wang Mang didn't have any requirements for Wang Mang. It would be best if his body shape was awesome. Right at this moment, the lucky compass, which was spinning rapidly, began to slow down. Similarly, Wang Mang was also extremely nervous, because drawing a template was not a lottery. After all, once he drew it, he could only use it. He couldn't think of a way to get a designated lottery chance and draw a new template, right? Besides, how could it be so easy to get a designated lottery ticket? It could be said that in Wang Mang's opinion, this was a designated lottery chance. It was even harder to get than a top-grade blind box. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained. Chapter 431. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Giant Python of Starry Sky template. Note, the Giant Python of Starry Sky is said to be a giant python that lives in the endless universe. Its body length can reach up to 400 meters. Note, this template is an ordinary Giant Python of Starry Sky template. The Giant Python of Starry Sky has a strict hierarchy. The strength of the bloodline determines the achievement. Note, the Giant Python of Starry Sky template that the host has obtained is the lowest level of ordinary Giant Python of Starry Sky template. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a more powerful template. Do you want to replace it? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. He didn't expect to really obtain the Giant Python of Starry Sky template. Moreover, according to the system's explanation, this Starry Sky template was very powerful. It was very powerful. He didn't know how powerful the most powerful Giant Python of Starry Sky template would be. Although Wang Mang was also very curious, he didn't ask further. At the same time, Wang Mang also said in his heart, "System, replace the template." The next moment, Wang Mang felt as if something was being removed from his body. This feeling was a little painful, but fortunately, Wang Mang could still bear it. Not long after, this painful feeling disappeared. On the contrary, Wang Mang felt as if something had entered his body again. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the template's new divine power, Star Destruction. Star Destruction. When the power reaches a certain level, the power displayed can reach destructive damage. Disadvantage. Host, please discover it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the template's new divine power, Vortex Black Hole. Vortex Black Hole. After the host uses it, it can be used to offset the enemy's attack. The maximum offset of the target's attack cannot exceed double the damage of the user's own attack. Disadvantage. Host, please discover it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the template's new divine power, Eye of Sin. Eye of Sin. After the host uses it, the user's eyes can unleash 3 times the maximum damage of the user's own divine power. Disadvantage. Host, please discover it yourself. Ding. Successfully removed the old template's divine power, Destructive Laser Beam. Ding. Successfully removed the old template's new divine power, Destructive Fire Sea. Ding. Successfully removed the old template's new divine power, Eternal Frost. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. This time, with the change of the template, he obtained a new divine ability. At the same time, he also lost 3 of his old divine abilities. However, judging from the strength of the template, the new template divine art, he obtained would not be any weaker than the old template divine art. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but look forward to it. He also wanted to know what would happen after his strength skyrocketed. What level would his battle prowess reach? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't wait to evolve. He didn't lack templates, evolution points, or anything else. With that thought, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 180 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. Gentle reminder, after this evolution, the data will change greatly. Host, please be mentally prepared. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. Moreover, this evolution took a full half a day. When Wang Mang completely woke up from the evolution, Wang Mang discovered that there were huge changes in his body. First of all, his body had changed too much. His once pitch-black body now had many star-like spots, which looked a little dazzling. Other than that, he still retained one of his horns. Moreover, this pair of horns could be retracted freely like 8 wings. This was something Wang Mang didn't expect. He also didn't expect that not only could he retain his wings, but he could also retain his horns. Of course, other than the huge changes in his body, Wang Mang's other changes were also very obvious. For example, the change in size. His current size had become even larger. Moreover, it gave people the impression that his body had already separated from his physical body. However, there was no steel-like attribute. On the contrary, Wang Mang's body seemed to have an indescribable sense of heaviness, because on the surface of Wang Mang's huge body, it was still generally black. However, there were small star-like spots, as if it had turned into a part of the night. Other than that, in fact, the changes in his body were even greater than the changes in his body. Wang Mang could feel that his strength and even the immortal qi in his body was even greater. It flowed through his entire body, endlessly flowing, endlessly flowing. Under this inconspicuous body, there was an unimaginable power. This feeling, it seems that my strength has increased by at least 10 times. Could it be that the 5 consecutive evolutions this time really increased my strength by so much? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, although he didn't know how much the specific increase was, Wang Mang didn't care. Looking at his personal information, he knew that the data had changed. Moreover, if he didn't remember wrongly during the evolution, the system had reminded him that the evolution data this time seemed to have changed quite a lot. Other than that, it was worth mentioning. His first 3 evolutions used evolution points. The first one was 180 billion evolution points. The second one was 200 billion evolution points. The third one was 220 billion evolution points. The fourth and fifth evolution, Wang Mang, on the other hand, used 2 free evolution opportunities. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be curious. Was the data change this time really that big? Thinking of this, he silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang identity, 5 mountain god type, starry sky python cultivation, 9,800 years, peak of earth immortal, body, 304 meters long, 17 meters wide, 60 million kilograms weight, 60 million kilograms bite force, 200 kilometers per hour. Divine abilities, king's slavery, soul-controlling seal, broken body rebirth, sinful eye, black hole vortex, star destruction, heaven soaring, earth burrowing, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, world's end, myriad transformations. Space, information detection, immortal tablet X1, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, mesmerizing incense X1. Luck 299, flood of fortune. Energy 2000/2600 current ranking. Global ranker top 10. Changes may be refreshed at any time. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang was completely stunned. The change in his personal information. It didn't seem to have changed much. Wait a minute. Very quickly, Wang Mang discovered something. After this evolution, his evolution points were replaced by energy points, the remaining 200 billion evolution points from his evolution. Now, it had become 2,000 energy points. Could it be that one energy point represented 100 million evolution points? Chapter 432. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was surprised. Was this energy value even more valuable? It was even more exaggerated than evolution value. 100 million evolution value equals 1 point of energy value. This unit of measurement had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. Other than that, Wang Mang didn't know if there were any other changes. Of course, putting aside this question, Wang Mang had other discoveries. After his evolution, he had actually entered the top 10 of the world's strongest list, although it was the last 10th place. However, this was definitely the best ranking Wang Mang had ever achieved in his entire history. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be excited, because this represented the guy above him. Now, there were only 9 of them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could be said to be in high spirits. Damn, his strength had finally skyrocketed. Now, he should be considered a big shot, right? After all, Wang Mang, whose strength had greatly increased, was indeed very arrogant. He even wanted to find a strong guy to test his fighting strength. Of course, Wang Mang knew that it wasn't so easy for him to find an opponent now. After all, he was a big shot ranked 10th in the world's strongest list, the former black and white impermanence, as well as the lord of the 18 layers of hell. In front of him, they were probably all younger brothers, right? After all, his current fighting strength, and so on had been greatly improved. Just at this time, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face warm reminder. When the host fights, the power of the divine ability, the damage, and so on will be reflected in data in the future. Hearing the system's cold reminder, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he was somewhat puzzled. What did this digital reflection mean? Could it be that there would be a numerical indication for the damage unit in the future? The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face, yes. Host, when fighting in the future, there will be a numerical reflection, including defensive divine ability, offensive divine ability, life value, self-consumption, and so on. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. Damn, didn't this mean that, in the future, when he fought, he could more intuitively discover the opponent's most digitized state? Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited, because, to him, this thing only had advantages and no disadvantages. After all, he could see the digitized state of others. But others couldn't see his digitized state. With this thought, Wang Mang's mood became even better. Not bad, not bad. It seemed that the data change this time was not as small as before, just as Wang Mang was feeling pleased with himself. The system's voice sounded again. Frowny face detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Ignore the menacing Yamada no Orochi. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 50 energy values. Golden treasure, chest X1. Mission 2. Expel the menacing Yamada no Orochi from your province. Mission time, complete the mission, and you will get it. Mission reward, 100 energy values. Diamond Treasure Chest X1. Mission 3. Face the menacing Yamada no Orochi and kill it. Mission time. You can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward. 800 energy values. Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Premium Blind Box X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang could not help but be stunned again. At the same time, Wang Mang was also very confused and surprised. Where did this Yamada no Orochi come from? Could it really be the mythical Yamada no Orochi? However, Wang Mang felt that this was not very possible. The mythical Yamada no Orochi was closely related to the Dragon Nation's mythology. Its strength should have reached stage 4, right? Therefore, the Yamada no Orochi mentioned in this mission was definitely not the real Yamada no Orochi. Thinking of this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Wang Mang was also curious and puzzled. Where did this Yamada no Orochi come from? Could it be that they really came from tiny country? Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt that it was really possible. Otherwise, he had never heard of Yamada no Orochi in Dragon Nation before. If he's from a small country, could it have come from the portal? If that's really the case, this guy is quite bold. Isn't he afraid that the other side of the portal is an unknown and powerful world? After muttering a few words, Wang Mang also began to choose his mission. Mission number 1 was obviously not going to be a freeloader. How many points were there in reward? He would not freeload a mission with such a small reward. As for driving this Yamada no Orochi out of your province, Wang Mang felt that it was not necessary. If he had the strength to drive it out, why would he keep this Yamada no Orochi? Wouldn't it be better to just kill it? How dare a monster from tiny country behave so atrociously in his territory? Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose mission number 3. The next moment, the system cabinet's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. After all, his strength had just skyrocketed. Now his whole body was floating and he was completely looking at people with his nostrils. It was a good opportunity to find a guy with good strength to test his combat strength. Thinking of this, Wang Mang walked out of the cave. At this moment, outside the cave, it was a dark night. The blood moon was exceptionally bright. In the sky, there was a hazy blood rain. As for Wang Mang, he turned into his huge body and 8 flesh wings drilled out from his back. Then, Wang Mang's huge body rose into the air and rushed into the dark night sky. As for the destination, of course, it was the city where the portal had been set up. In Wang Mang's opinion, this Yamada no Orochi definitely came through the portal. But what Wang Mang did not expect was, when he just got close to the city, Wang Mang saw in the dark night 2 super behemoths were fighting. These 2 behemoths, one of them had 8 arms and a snake tail. Its body was similar to a human's, and it was 200 meters tall. The other one was a complete monster. Its body was so huge that it was 300 meters long. Furthermore, this monster had 4 gigantic snake heads and 4 gigantic snake tails. In addition, it was like 4 huge pythons that were 300 meters long, and their bodies were stuck together. Its body was as wide as 70 meters. Is this guy Yamada no Orochi? It's F*King huge. In the dark night sky, Wang Mang couldn't help but be shocked. The next moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but use information detection. But when he saw the almost new information page in front of him, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Chapter 433. Target, Yamada no Orochi. Cultivation experience, 9,600 years. Middle stage land immortal. Own health points. 60/100. When the health points are depleted and reset to 0, it represents complete death. Own energy. 60/100. When the energy points are depleted and reset to 0, it represents complete loss of combat power. Basic recovery. 10%. This represents the speed of recovery of health and energy per hour. Basic defense. 10. This represents that each attack can weaken the enemy's damage by 10%. Basic attack. 2. This represents the damage caused to the enemy by each ordinary attack, but does not include the damage caused by the use of supernatural powers. Supernatural powers. Achievement. 18th place on the global list. Target. 8-armed snake monarch. Cultivation experience. 9,600 years. Middle stage land immortal. Own health points. 62/110 own energy. 60/100 basic recovery. 8% basic defense. 12 basic attack. 3 supernatural powers. Achievement. 17th place on the global list. This was also the reason why Wang Mang felt incomparably shocked, because these data and information had always appeared above the heads of these two guys. In other words, he could see the enemy's data and information at any time. Other than that, Wang Mang was even more curious. What was his data like? At the thought of this, Wang Mang could not help but ask in his heart, "System, do you have my battle data page information?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. The host naturally has the battle data page information. Ding. Does the host want to check his own battle data? Gentle reminder, the system is facing a new change recently. Check. Wang Mang said silently. Then, the battle data appeared in his mind. Target Wang Mang. Cultivation experience. 9,800 years. Peak land immortal. Own health points. 180/180 own energy. 178/180 basic recovery. 18% basic defense. 15 basic attack. 6 supernatural powers. Unknown, please discover it yourself. Achievement. 10th place on the global list. After reading the battle information, Wang Mang was amused. Whether it was his HP or MP, he had more HP than the two of them. Didn't this mean that he could crush his opponent? With this thought, Wang Mang's mood became even better. He felt that he could completely crush these two fellows now. Since that was the case, what was he waiting for? Play with him. After that, Wang Mang was in high spirits as he flapped his 8 wings and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Similarly, Yamada no Orochi and 8-armed snake monarch, who were fighting fiercely, also stopped. The gazes of these two fellows were focused on Wang Mang. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? It was obvious that Wang Mang was emitting a terrifying aura of an expert. Yamada no Orochi chose to ask politely. If they were weak, he would have attacked them directly. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately opened his bloody mouth and laughed. "You've got guts. How dare you come to my territory and behave so atrociously?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yamada no Orochi was shocked. Could this be the territory of this guy in front of him? Although he didn't know how powerful the other party was. Just from his aura, he knew that he couldn't defeat Wang Mang. Thinking of this, Yamada no Orochi immediately said in a low voice, So this is your territory, fellow Taoist. My apologies, fellow Taoist. I'll apologize right now and leave. Wang Mang immediately said coldly with disdain, "Leave? Leave my ass. Look, you've destroyed my territory, and you want to leave just like that?" After hearing Wang Mang's cold words, Yamada no Orochi immediately knew that things were not going well. At the same time, it also felt very aggrieved. Damn it! This city was so trashy to begin with. Do we still need to fight and destroy it? After the disaster, it had already become a ruin, okay? When it came This place was already so dilapidated. It was both aggrieved and angry at Wang Mang's unreasonable behavior. This was simply bullying the snake too much. Thinking of this, Yamada no Orochi couldn't help but grit its teeth and said, "Fellow cultivator, please give us, Yamada no Orochi, some face." Our Yamada no Orochi clan. Hearing this, Wang Mang was immediately amused and then mocked, "Does your Yamada no Orochi clan have a stage for Powerhouse?" Hearing this, Yamada no Orochi was stunned and then said proudly, "Although our Yamada no stage for Powerhouse. Our Yamada no Orochi clan is about to give birth to an Earth celestial powerhouse. Once you offend our Yamada no Orochi clan." Humph. At the end of its sentence, Yamada no Orochi couldn't help but feel proud. That was because their Yamada no Orochi clan was indeed very powerful. Before the disaster, they had accumulated a huge amount of resources. Even more so, with a sudden burst of power, his strength skyrocketed like never before. Not only that the leader of their Yamada no Orochi clan had reached the peak of Earth Celestial. Now he was in seclusion to break through to the Earth Celestial realm. The so-called Earth Celestial was the realm above the human Celestial. The human Celestial was the threshold of stage 3 powerhouse, also known as the Earth Celestial. After hearing Yamada no Orochi's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. This guy was blatantly threatening him with the Yamada no Orochi clan. However, if the Yamada no Orochi clan really had an Earth Celestial powerhouse, then Wang Mang would have some scruples. How powerful was an Earth Celestial? Wang Mang didn't know. After all, he was only a peak Earth Celestial. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. However, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. He was not far away from becoming an Earth Celestial. He was now a peak Earth Celestial. Thinking of this, the worry in Wang Mang's heart immediately vanished. Just as Wang Mang was about to speak, the 8-armed snake monarch in the distance spoke. "Fellow cultivator, you don't have to worry about his threat." Now he said that the Yamada no Orochi clan has an Earth Celestial powerhouse, which is completely empty talk. Now, the Yamada no Orochi clan only has an expert who is in seclusion to break through to the Earth Celestial realm. It's still unknown whether he can succeed or not. After hearing what the 8-armed snake monarch said, it immediately scolded in exasperation. "You bastards of the Yamada no Orochi clan are simply ting." Because what the 8-armed snake monarch said was indeed true. Hearing this, Wang Mang, who had no scruples to worry, was shocked. After hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, this guy almost scared him to death. If the Yamada no Orochi clan had an old Earth Celestial powerhouse, he was still a little worried. But in the end, he was still in seclusion to break through to the Earth Celestial realm. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he really succeeded in breaking through, so what? When the powerhouse of the Yamada no Orochi clan found him, at that time, he might have already reached the Earth Celestial realm. At that time, it would be like sending him a lunchbox. Chapter 434. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was completely at ease. Similarly, Wang Mang's eerily cold eyes became incomparably ice-cold. At this time, in the face of Orochi's curses, the 8-armed snake monarch couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, dog bastard? Then what is your Orochi clan? After all, our 8-armed clan was born because of you. In that case, your Orochi clan is also a bastard. You mother asterisk cur." Orochi, who still wanted to curse, suddenly stopped, because it had already felt the killing intent on Wang Mang's body. It immediately said in shock and anger, Fellow Taoist, are you really going to kill me because of such a small matter? Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart and opened his bloody mouth. In a moment, Wang Mang's bloody mouth condensed a huge starlight energy body. Then, under the horrified gaze of Orochi, this starlight ball energy body whizzed out. This was obviously Wang Mang's supernatural power. Star destruction. At the same time, Orochi was shocked and angry. You've gone too far. Then, facing Wang Mang's supernatural power, it was not to be outdone. Orochi's foreheads instantly shrank together, and its body turned into a meatball-like shape. Rumble! Then Wang Mang's terrifying supernatural power directly bombarded Orochi's body, and flames shot out in all directions like a bomb. Then, Wang Mang saw a few red messages flashing in front of his eyes. You have used a supernatural power attack. Only 15 points of damage to the target. The enemy has used a supernatural power to resist. It has offset your extra 35 points of damage. Then, Wang Mang looked at Orochi. He found out this Orochi, which originally only had 60 drops of blood left, its originally green health bar, was instantly reduced by a lot. Target, Orochi, health, 45 out of 100 energy, 50 out of 100. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. From here, he could intuitively see that the enemy was constantly getting weaker. This was almost the same as playing a game. He could see the enemy's data and information. In fact, Wang Mang was confident that if he used his supernatural power a few more times, this Orochi would be dead. Because Wang Mang found that when he used star destruction, his power and damage were too high. Yamada no Orochi only had 100 HP at full HP. As a result, if the opponent didn't consume energy to use his supernatural power, he could directly take out 50 drops of HP. In other words, if this guy didn't resist, he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of his supernatural powers. 2 supernatural powers could even cripple the enemies. However, even if the other party resisted, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He wasn't afraid of exhausting himself, be it defense, attacks, or he couldn't win, as this was simply a complete crushing. With this thought, Wang Mang was in high spirits. Without saying a word, he opened his bloody mouth again and used his supernatural power, falling stars. As for why Wang Mang was so arrogant and kept using his supernatural power to attack the enemy, this was because he only consumed 15 points of energy value to cast falling stars once. To put it bluntly, he could stand still and use his supernatural power more than 10 times. However, the enemy couldn't withstand it at all. There was no way to fight it. At this moment, Orochi, who was covered in wounds, let out an angry and ear-piercing roar. You've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He didn't take this guy seriously at all. But in the next moment, something that left Wang Mang dumbstruck occurred. He saw that Orochi instantly turned around and fled into the distance. *CKU. Didn't you want to fight it out with me? Seeing this, Wang Mang was immediately enraged. At the same time, Wang Mang flapped his 8 wings and was as fast as lightning in the night. In merely a short moment, Wang Mang caught up and blocked Yamada no Orochi's path. That was because Orochi's speed was too slow. He didn't know if it was because it was too bloated. It was even more impossible to escape in front of Wang Mang. Moreover, after Wang Mang's strength increased greatly this time, although his speed didn't increase. But Wang Mang's flying speed in the air was even faster. It could be said that his speed had also increased by quite a bit. Seeing Wang Mang blocking in front, Orochi was no longer angry. He couldn't help but beg, "Fellow cultivator, why do you have to force me?" Because he couldn't win at all. There was nothing he could do if he didn't beg for mercy. Moreover, he had fought with the 8-armed snake monarch for so long and had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had taken Wang Mang's supernatural power head-on, he had consumed more than half of his energy. He was also afraid that Wang Mang would give him a few more blows and send him to heaven. If he had known that he would encounter Wang Mang while helping the small country solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. What made him even more unlucky was that he had encountered the 8-armed snake monarch clan on the way. Unfortunately, in the face of Orochi's begging for mercy, Wang Mang's response was still a supernatural power. Falling stars, the supernatural power gathered again. It whistled out from Wang Mang's bloody mouth. Moreover, this time, Wang Mang's casting speed was very fast. Even when Orochi was about to resist, it was too late. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud sound, Yamada no Orochi let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, his body was blasted away by this supernatural power, and blood splattered in the air. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw that the health bar above this guy's head had plummeted again. After taking another supernatural power, the blood directly dropped to 5 drops. With only 5 drops of blood, it was basically no different from dying. At the same time, Orochi's huge body fell from the sky. It smashed a huge crater on the ground, and smoke and dust billowed. As for Wang Mang, he didn't give this guy any chance to react, because when Wang Mang swooped down, he opened his bloody mouth again. Another falling star whizzed through the air. Rumble! This terrifying attack once again blasted towards Yamada no Orochi. This also made Wang Mang immediately realize the information above Orochi's head, the health bar, and energy had all been reset to 0. The originally bright red information had also turned into gray text. It was obvious that Yamada no Orochi had been killed by him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless. Sigh. He was too weak to take a beating. He hadn't even started to get serious. In the end, this Orochi was dead. At this time, after the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Mang came to the surface and saw the lifeless, bloodied Yamada no Orochi. Its huge body was lying in the huge crater, and there were no signs of life. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded frowny-faced. Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 800 energy value. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained diamond treasure chest X2. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the best quality blind box X1. P.S. Recently, I've been thinking about a big change to the template. Brothers, don't worry. The change will definitely be a simpler one. The plot is also slowly changing, and the summoning element will be added later, but I'm afraid that the step is too big, and it won't be easy for the brothers to digest. Chapter 435. Ding. The accumulation conditions have been met. Would you like to begin the evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Once again, he had easily completed another mission. This also meant that he was not far from becoming an Earth celestial powerhouse. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. At the same time, Wang Mang also wanted to know if reaching 10,000 years of cultivation meant that he had become an Earth celestial powerhouse. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be a little excited. If this was the case, then he was only one step away from becoming an Earth celestial powerhouse. After Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, came back to his senses, his gaze fell on the Orochi in front of him. Because this was an Earth celestial, if he ate it, he would definitely gain a lot. Thinking of this, Wang Mang opened his ferocious mouth, split it into several portions, and swallowed them. There was no other way. This Orochi's body was too huge. It was more than 70 meters wide, so Wang Mang had to eat it 4 times before he could eat it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured the Earth, celestial, Orochi. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully gained 1,200 energy points. Ding. The accumulation conditions have been met. Would you like to begin the evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was once again overjoyed. The harvest this time was very good. The mission reward was 800 energy points, and other things. And this guy's corpse, he had gained 1,200 energy points. To be honest, if there was no mission, Wang Mang wanted to hunt Earth celestial powerhouses on a large scale, because these Earth celestial powerhouses were too valuable. Just killing 2 of them would be enough for him to evolve. Moreover, this idea was getting stronger and stronger in Wang Mang's mind, because Wang Mang believed that his strength was definitely enough to defeat Earth celestials. Now, he was a subversive Earth celestial powerhouse, a big shot ranked 10th on the global powerhouse list. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Ignore the rising land immortals in the Golden Age. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward, 100 energy value. Mission 2. Kill no less than 3 land immortals in the face of the rising land immortals. Mission time. You can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward, 2,000 energy value. Mission 3. Kill no less than 5 land immortals in the face of the rising land immortals. Mission time. You can obtain it upon completion. Quest reward, 5,000 evolution points after listening to the system's voice. Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that just as he was about to raise his butcher's knife against these land immortals, in the end, the system had already issued a quest. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. Is this what it means to get a pillow when you're dozing off? At this point, Wang Mang also chose to ponder. First of all, the first mission could be eliminated. It was easy to get a free meal. The problem was that the rewards were too little. Mission 1, only 100 energy value. What's the use of getting a free meal? Mission 2, 2,000 energy value was not bad. Of course, this was a little worse than Mission 3. Mission 3 to 5 land immortals obtained 5,000 energy value, plus the corpses of the 5 land immortals. This harvest was enough to make his energy value exceed 10,000. Thinking of this, Wang Mang already made a decision in his heart. Then he silently said in his heart, "System, I choose Mission 3. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang began to get restless. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, there was an 8-armed snake monarch just now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately turned his huge snake head to look in excitement. But when he saw that there was no one in the distance, Wang Mang couldn't help but be dumbfounded again. What the F***CK? Where is he? He ran away just like that. To be honest, he still wanted to kill the 8-armed snake monarch to make up the number. In the end, he didn't expect that he had already run away. In helplessness, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. Then, Wang Mang prepared to leave the province and try his luck in other provinces. After all, there were no more land immortals in the province. He didn't find any powerful devil fetus. Moreover, he still had a mission to find out about the devil fetus in the province, which he hadn't completed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang flapped his 8 wings and flew into the distance. In just half an hour, Wang Mang had already left the province. At this moment, he was in the neighboring province, which was Nanyuan Province. Moreover, after entering Nanyuan Province, Wang Mang could sense the aura of the land immortals. Because ever since the disaster, the number of land immortals had increased greatly. Therefore, the strongest combat strength on Earth had become the land immortals. Only the land immortals could be considered the top experts on Earth. Of course, the strongest would definitely surpass the land immortals. As for where the demon Lord Chong Lu was now, Wang Mang didn't know. In Wang Mang's opinion, the current demon Lord Chong Lu was definitely the strongest existence on Earth. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt that something was wrong. The aura of the land immortals in the air was actually not just one, but several auras of the land immortals. It was very mixed. This meant that there was definitely more than one land immortals in Nanyuan Province, and there might even be more land immortals. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to search in Nanyuan Province. But when Wang Mang searched all the areas in the city, he didn't find the existence of the land immortals. Just as Wang Mang was about to go to the mountains in Nanyuan Province to begin his search, suddenly, a cold aura vaguely came from the city below. This immediately attracted Wang Mang, and he subconsciously looked at the small crowd below, because he could clearly feel that the aura from before had indeed reached the level of the land immortals. Although it was very weak, and it even hid its aura very well, it was definitely the strength of the land immortals. In the next moment, Wang Mang descended from the sky and quickly swooped down towards the location of the aura. As he approached, Wang Mang saw that it was a medium-sized armed base. At a glance, the population of this armed base should be about 20,000. These people were dressed in rags and smelly, just like the slums. However, among this group of people, Wang Mang's gaze immediately fell on one of them, because even if the aura of this figure was well concealed, Wang Mang could still be sure. He was the owner of the land immortals aura that he had sensed earlier. This was a teenager who looked to be only 16 years old with a dusty face. At the same time, this dusty teenager seemed to have sensed the existence of Wang Mang. For the first time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Mang in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately confirmed. This guy definitely had the strength of the land immortals. In the next moment, Wang Mang subconsciously used information detection. But when he saw this guy's information, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Chapter 436. Target, Utian Human Cultivation, 9,900 years, Middle Stage Earth Immortal, Health, 170 to 170 Energy, 170 to 170 Basic Recovery, 17% Basic Defense, 16 Basic Attack, 6 Divine Ability. Luck, 666 Threat Level, High Achievement, 11th on the Global Powerhouse ranking. How could a human be so strong? This was what shocked Wang Mang the most. That was because this human was simply too arrogant. His basic attack and defense recovery, there was no other difference. His HP and energy points were only slightly lower than his. This was simply too monstrous. It was also Wang Mang's first time. It was his first time seeing such a strong human. This also made Wang Mang somewhat hesitant. Should this human try to trick him? After thinking for a while, Wang Mang finally gave up. This guy's strength was indeed not weak. However, he could ask around for information. Since this guy's strength had reached the level of an Earth Immortal, in addition to his heaven-defying luck, he probably also had some outstanding points. With this thought, Wang Mang transformed into his human form and descended from the sky, landing steadily on the high wall of the armed base. This also attracted the attention of many people in the armed base. At the same time, they also knew that Wang Mang was definitely not a simple person. Otherwise, he would not have appeared on the high wall of the armed base out of thin air. In fact, they did not even know when Wang Mang appeared. At this time, he saw many people walking towards him. However, Wang Mang did not care. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist, come out and talk." Hearing this, the young man slowly walked out and then jumped out of the high wall. At the same time, he slightly nodded at Wang Mang, indicating that they could talk. Seeing this, Wang Mang came to the young man's side. Without waiting for Wang Mang to ask, the young man softly asked, "Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about?" Wang Mang did not beat around the bush. "How many Earth Immortals are there in your Nanyun province?" "In addition to me, there are 3 Earth Immortals of the Demon Clan. They occupy the mountain range of Nanyun province. The city's territory belongs to me." After hearing the young man's words, Wang Mang was a little surprised. Xiaoning's casual tone made it sound easy. However, it was not easy to occupy such a large territory. This territory used to belong to Xiangyu. However, if he wanted to take over Xiangyu's territory after his death, he would not have enough strength to do so. This guy's strength was actually not much weaker than Wang Mang's. This proved that this guy's strength was indeed tyrannical. However, Wang Mang was very curious about something. How did this guy become so powerful? "I'm very curious. How did you increase your strength?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yu Tian turned his head and smiled at him. "Everyone has secrets, don't they? You have secrets too, and so do I. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else you want to know?" Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and smiled. "Interesting. Good. I'll remember you. I hope that the next time I see you, your strength will not be too weak." After saying this, Wang Mang transformed into a huge body and soared into the sky. This was the first time Wang Mang had seen a human with the strongest talent and strength. The main reason was that Wang Mang was somewhat against eating his own kind. After all, he was once a human. Although he was not a human now, he was once a human. In addition, Wang Mang was confident that he could defeat him. However, it was not proportional to the effort. This was because Tianyu's strength was indeed very strong. If he defeated him, Wang Mang's vitality would be greatly damaged. Tianyu's battle information page was not much worse than his. After leaving the city, Wang Mang quickly arrived at the mountain range area. The mountain range area of Nanyun Province's mountain range area was also quite large. What made Wang Mang even happier was that after he entered the mountain range, he immediately sensed the aura of several Earth Immortals. This was not just the aura of 3 Earth Immortals. Just the auras that Wang Mang had sensed numbered no less than 5. At the same time, as he went deeper into the mountain range, Wang Mang could vaguely hear the sounds of battle from afar. Because of this, Wang Mang did not hesitate at all and rushed toward the direction of the battle. When they arrived near Wang Mang's location, they saw that Wang Mang was in the vicinity of the battle. Wang Mang saw the scene of the battle. This was a battle between 6 Earth Immortals. Moreover, this place seemed to be Nanyun Province and the neighboring province. As for why these 6 Earth Immortals were fighting, Wang Mang did not know. However, Wang Mang roughly glanced at the 6 Earth Immortals. They were not weak. 3 of them were indeed from the Demon Clan. Moreover, they were new faces of the Demon Clan. Even Wang Mang did not know their identity. He could only roughly guess that they should be heavenly treasures. After all, the Demon Clan had risen on a large scale. Among them, the heavenly treasures were a new force to be reckoned with. The other 3 demon clans did not look like demon clans. On the contrary, they were huge monsters. A monster that looked like an octopus's tentacles. A monster with a dog's head and an elephant's body. A monster that looked like a meatball. It did not have a head, but it had many eyes. Moreover, these three monsters were releasing the terrifying aura of the devil fetus. These were obviously monsters that were born from the devil fetus. Now, these three monsters and the three demon clan experts could be said to be on par for the time being. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang fell into a dilemma, because if he were to wait and see what would happen, he could wait until these 6 guys were exhausted. He might be able to catch them all in one fell swoop and directly kill them all. Of course, the premise was that these 6 guys would fight to the death. Moreover, Wang Mang roughly glanced at them. The 6 of them were already at half health. In fact, their health bars were getting worse and worse as they continued to fight. At the same time, the surrounding forest and mountain range were also in a mess due to their battle. Forget it. I'll make my move after you guys finish fighting. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Mang had already made a decision in his heart. Although this was a fight between the demon clan and the devil fetus. Logically speaking, Wang Mang was also a member of the demon clan. He should stand on the side of the demon clan and help the demon clan deal with the devil fetus. However, Wang Mang did not deny it. If the conditions allowed, he would choose to kill the devil fetus first. Of course, if they were all in a bad state, Wang Mang was naturally prepared to catch them all in one fell swoop. After all, every land immortal, whether it was the demon clan or the devil fetus. For Wang Mang, they were all worth a lot of energy. In the blink of an eye, a few hours passed. Wang Mang watched their battle for a few hours. At the same time, what made Wang Mang very happy was that they had been fighting until now. Their health bars and energy bars were still there. They had all gone from half health to quarter health. Looking at this situation, they were really prepared to risk their lives.